Winter of the 20th year of Yongda. Heavy snow was falling. The biting wind blew straight into the dilapidated woodshed. Shen Tang, whose body was stiff from the cold, paled even more, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Last autumn, the Western Liang invaded the border, and Prince Jingyang led his troops to fight, but unfortunately died on the battlefield. The day after Xiagimo inherited his title, he requested permission to go to the border. He was brave and skilled in battle, and was invincible. He defeated Shiliang and forced them to surrender and make peace. However, he won a great victory. On his way back to the capital, he suddenly died. As his widow, Shen Tang kept vigil for 3 days without changing her clothes. After she fainted from grief, she was not helped back to the house, but was thrown into the cold and damp woodshed. She has been locked up all night. She and Xiagimo were married for 4 years, but their marriage was not harmonious. Due to unforeseen circumstances, they lost their child. He was in love with her elder sister and never took a concubine. They had no children. Now that he is dead, his title has no one to inherit it and will have to be passed on to someone else. The title was already in their hands, and she posed no threat to them. Although her father was gone, the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion was still there and would not stand idly by while she, the legitimate daughter, was bullied. Her elder sister was the Empress, who was favored by the Emperor. How dare these people from the Jingyang prince's mansion treat her like this? A sense of unease welled up in Shen Tang's heart. Squeak! The door to the woodshed was pushed open. A biting wind swept in, feeling like ice blades scraping against her skin. Shen Tang looked at the newcomer with some surprise, but even more so with delight. Eldest sister, what brings you to the Jingyang prince's residence? The newcomer was dressed in a magnificent phoenix robe. She was none other than her twin elder sister, Shen Han. Shen Han looked down at Shen Tang, her face no longer showing the deep sisterly affection she once had. Prince Jingyang was a brilliant military strategist who relieved the emperor of the border troubles, but he died before he could return to the capital to receive his reward. Your elder sister couldn't bear it, so she petitioned the emperor to allow you to be buried with Prince Jingyang and accompany him on his journey. The emperor has granted your request, and your elder sister has come to see you off on your final journey. Shen Tang's joy froze, unable to believe what she was hearing. Make me be buried with you? Eldest sister, are you crazy? I'm your own sister. Shen Han laughed, as if she had heard a joke. If you were really my own sister, of course I wouldn't bear to part with you. Shen Tang's face turned pale, and her voice became hurried and disordered. What do you mean by that? Can you even understand such a straightforward statement? Fine, today is your death day, I'll let you die knowing why. Shen Han's face was full of pride. Back then, my mother, no, I should call her my aunt, she did give birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Unfortunately, no one believed her, and she died in despair. Your second brother was buried alive right after he was born. And your older brother, who was only 4 years old when he was lost at the Lantern Festival, was also not an accident. But he was lucky to be alive. Each word was like a knife, piercing straight into Shen Tang's heart, and her eyes turned bloodshot. She wouldn't believe a word of these words if they came from someone else. But these were the words of her elder sister, so she had no choice but to believe them. When her mother was pregnant with her, she suffered from severe morning sickness and couldn't even leave the house. It just so happened that Kyoto was holding a lantern festival. Her eldest brother went to his maternal grandparents' house and went to the lantern festival with his cousins, but he got lost at the lantern festival and has not been seen since. Unable to bear the devastating news, the mother nearly miscarried in her grief and spent several months in bed trying to save the pregnancy. However, after giving birth, she went mad and tried to strangle her daughter, whom she had risked her life to bring into the world, claiming that she had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and that her son had been switched with someone else's. However, no one in the entire Pingyuan Marquis's mansion believed her. They all believed that her mother had gone mad from grief over the loss of her eldest brother. Her father reluctantly locked her up and forbade her to leave the room, which led to her mother dying with resentment when she was only 2 years old. If Shen Han hadn't said it herself, Shen Tang would never have believed that what her mother said was true. Someone would dare to switch a newborn child right under her father's nose, and even the disappearance of her eldest brother was their doing. These people are so ruthless. Shen Tang wanted nothing more than to pounce on Shen Han and bite her to death, but she restrained herself and asked in a trembling voice, "My older brother is still alive? Who is he?" Shen Tang knew she couldn't escape it today, but she still wanted to know where her older brother was. Some people just enjoy tormenting others. The more Shen Tang wanted to know, the less Shen Han would tell her. So eager to know who your older brother is? You won't be able to guess who he is. Don't worry, your elder sister will send him down to reunite with your family soon. Shen Tang's eyes were red and swollen as she screamed hysterically, "How many people have you harmed?" Shen Han looked at the newly painted nail polish on her nails, a charming smile on her face, and said, turning her hands over, "Too many people have died on these hands of mine. Let me think of who they are." She genuinely appeared to be deep in thought, but the words that came out seemed to come from hell. Father, maternal grandfather, cousin, and your nearly full-term child. With almost every word she read, Shen Tang's face turned 3 shades paler. Those people were all her own flesh and blood relatives. Thinking of her 8-month-old baby who died from a fall, Shen Tang's reason was completely consumed by hatred. She lunged at Shen Han, wanting to avenge her father and child, but she was too weak to even stand up and fell heavily to the ground. With a bitter smile, Shen Tang wiped away her tears and looked at Shen Han. "What about Prince Jingong? Did you kill him too? He's deeply in love with you. How can you be so heartless?" Shen Han laughed. She squatted down and grabbed Shen Tang's chin. "My dear sister, which eye of yours saw that Prince Jingong was so devoted to me? But I really have to thank Prince Jingong. If he hadn't pushed me to Prince Chi back then, I wouldn't be where I am today." Shen Tang struggled, but Shen Han held her tightly. The hatred in her eyes turned into the strength of her grip, almost crushing Shen Tang's jaw. "I'm telling you, the person who killed Prince Jingong wasn't me, it was you. He was meticulous, but he was completely unguarded with you. He never parted with the purse you gave him, otherwise he wouldn't have been soaking it in poison every day, and he would have died of poisoning on his way back to the capital. He was still thinking of you when he died, and even with his poisoned body, he still wanted to issue you a divorce decree. Yet you thought I was the one in his heart. How could you be so foolish? What exactly did Prince Jingong like about you?" Jealousy contorted her meticulously made-up face into a grimace. Upon receiving news of Prince Jingong's death, Shen Tang suspected that he had been murdered, but she never expected that he was killed in such a way. She and Siagimo were not on good terms. They even had a fight before he went to the battlefield at the beginning of the year. 2 months ago, Siagimo defeated the enemy on the battlefield, and good news kept coming. Her elder sister knew that she and Siagimo had not exchanged letters. She said that he was a general, and other generals had letters home, but he had not written a single word, which was damaging to his prestige. If she really didn't know what to write, she would embroider a purse and send it to him. Although she secretly felt that Siagimo wouldn't care about these things, she still listened to her elder sister and embroidered a purse. Siagimo had never given her a kind look, so why would he always keep the purse she gave him with him? She doesn't believe it. This must be a lie. She looked at Shen Han, wanting to ask for clarification, but Shen Han refused to say another word. "Send her on her way." The 2 old women approached Shen Tang step by step, holding white silk ribbons. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Shen Tang sat on the bed, staring at everything in disbelief. Just moments before, she had been hanged from a beam, her eyes closed with hatred and resentment. But when she opened them again, she saw the boudoir where she had lived for over a decade before her marriage. But her boudoir had been burned to ruins 4 years ago on the night she returned home after her wedding, when Shen Han accidentally knocked over a candlestick. Now, however, it was perfectly intact before her eyes, and the faint throbbing pain at the back of her head was so clear that she doubted whether she was actually dead and still alive. What exactly happened? Shen Tang had a splitting headache. Girl, why did you sit up? Does your head still hurt? A familiar, concerned voice came from behind her, making Shen Tang's body go numb. She turned her head to look at the beaded curtain and saw her personal maid, Inching, who had drowned in the lotus pond in the palace 3 years ago, standing vividly before her eyes. His delicate face was filled with worry for her, which made Shen Tang's nose tingle and tears well up in her eyes. Inching walked towards her in 2 quick steps, put down the medicine bowl she was holding, and came over to massage the back of her head. She kept muttering and cursing, "Second madam is really something." When the eldest daughter fainted, she rushed to help her up, but she should have at least kept an eye on her. Instead, she pushed the young lady into a pillar. When the 3rd young lady burned her hand, second madam wasn't this worried. Anyone who didn't know better would think the eldest daughter was her real daughter. Shen Han is the biological daughter of the second wife. Shen Tang replied in her heart. Etc. Wasn't the incident where the second wife bumped into her the day before the substitute marriage? Could it be that she was reborn after death, back to the time before her marriage? The thought flashed through Shen Tang's mind, and her heart pounded violently, as if it were about to jump out of her mouth. If that's true, then not only are she and Inching still alive, but her father, maternal grandfather, and cousin are all still alive and well, even Siagimo. Thinking about how she married Siagimo, the heir of the Prince of Jingong, in her previous life, Shen Tang's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was mocking himself, and in doing so, he was also mocking Siagimo. The person engaged to Siagimo was not Shen Tang, but Shen Han. The marriage was arranged 6 months ago. The marriage was arranged very suddenly, like a big pie falling from the sky and hitting Shen Han on the head with a thud. Although the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion held a respectable position in the court, it was still far inferior to the Jingyang prince's mansion. The Prince of Jingyang's mansion is the only non-royal prince in the Ning dynasty. It holds a large army and enjoys the emperor's deep trust. The Princess of Jingyang and the current emperor's favorite concubine, Consort Yi, are cousins. The Prince of Jingyang's heir not only comes from a good family, but his appearance is also unparalleled. Shen Han's engagement to him has attracted much envy and jealousy. From the day the engagement was made, Shen Han looked forward to marrying the heir of the Prince of Jingyang as soon as possible. But everything changed after an assassination attempt. The second prince went hunting outside the palace and was attacked. The heir of the Prince of Jingyang risked his life to save him, but was shot by an arrow, fell into a coma, and died from the poison. The Prince of Jingyang's life hangs by a thread, and Shen Han is so worried that she can't eat or sleep. So she accompanies him to the Jokhang Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. Shen Han accidentally knocks over the divination sticks in the Jokhang Temple, and a very bad divination stick falls out. The fortune slip said that she would marry within 3 days and become a widow, which angered Shen Han so much that she turned around and went back to her mansion. When she returned, she happened to run into the people from the Jingyang prince's mansion who were seeing off the phoenix coronet and wedding robes. The imperial physicians were helpless against the poison that had afflicted the Prince of Jingyang. In desperation, the Prince of Jingyang's household could only resort to desperate measures, pinning their hopes on a marriage to bring good fortune. Shen Han was filled with anxiety because of the bad fortune she had drawn. When she heard that the wedding was the day after tomorrow, her face turned pale, and she fainted after taking only a few steps. The maid shouted anxiously, and before Shen Tang could react, the second madam, who rushed over to help Shen Han, pushed her against a pillar, causing her to see stars from the impact. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Shen Tang had no doubt that she and Shen Han were not biological sisters. In her previous life, she was afraid that the divination would come true and that her elder sister would become a widow after marrying the Prince of Jingyang to bring good luck. Seeing her worry about this, her other personal maid, Duku, suggested that if the eldest daughter also fell ill, perhaps they wouldn't have to marry the Prince of Jingyang to bring good luck. In her panic, she actually believed the maid's urging and secretly drugged Shen Han. Shen Han was bedridden with illness, but she couldn't hide the fact that she had drugged her, or perhaps no one was there to cover it up for her. In the end, the whole capital knew about it, which enraged the Jingong prince's mansion and consort Yi. They said that since she cared so much about her elder sister, she should arrange for her elder sister to get married to bring good luck. To spare her elder sister from widowhood, she tearfully boarded the bridal sedan chair, prepared herself to remain a widow for life. However, what she thought was a ridiculous marriage proposal actually worked. On the night of her wedding, the Prince of Jingong, who had been in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights, woke up. She, the substitute bride for the crown prince, was caught in a difficult situation, caught between two opposing sides. In everyone's eyes, she became a scheming and vicious younger sister who stole her elder sister's marriage. During the 4 years she was married to Siagimo, they never had a peaceful conversation. Behind her back, countless people said she deserved it and that she brought it on herself. She endured endless ridicule and humiliation, but on her deathbed, she was told that Siagimo loved her in his heart. How could she believe that? She no longer dares to easily trust anyone. She was devoted to her elder sister and would rather be the one to remain a widow, but how did her elder sister treat her? They killed her own flesh and blood, they want her dead. Siagimo was almost killed while saving the second prince, and as soon as the second prince took that position, he couldn't wait to discard him after he had served his purpose. They are both truly ridiculous. Shen Tang closed her eyes, concealing the hatred overflowing in them. Now that God has given her a second chance at life, she will never repeat the mistakes of her past life. She will repay the pain they inflicted on her in her past life 10-fold or 100-fold. She wants them to pay for their crimes in blood. If she remembered correctly, her treacherous maid would be coming to offer her advice soon. Just then, the sound of the maid's footsteps came from behind. Dukkha came in, lifting the beaded curtain. Inching asked her, "Is the young lady all right?" Dukkha shook her head. "The young lady has been crying ever since she woke up." She looked at Shen Tang and said, "If the eldest daughter marries the Prince of Jingong, she won't really become a widow, will she? The eldest daughter has treated you so well, you must not let her jump into this fire pit." Shen Han can't jump into the fire pit, but she can, right? Thinking back to her past life when she married Siagimo, and the first fierce argument between them was caused by this maid, Shen Tang felt a tightness in her chest. She was married off to Siagimo in place of him to bring him good luck. After Siagimo recovered from his injuries, he accompanied her back to her parents' home. When they returned to the Jingyang prince's mansion, she thanked him for giving her such a respectable position. But then Dukkha went to the study behind her back to seduce Siagimo, claiming that she had asked him to go. This left Dukkha speechless. Shen Tang still remembers how angry Siagimo was, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Shen Tang didn't speak. Dukkha felt that the second Mrs. gaze was cold, which made her feel a chill down her spine for no reason. But when she tried to look more closely, it seemed to be just her imagination. Dukkha studied herself and said, "This servant has a good idea that can help the young lady." Shen Tang knew what her good idea was, but pretended not to know and asked, "What good idea?" Dukkha leaned closer and whispered, "The Prince of Jingyang's mansion wants their eldest daughter to marry for good luck, but she must be unwell and unable to get into the bridal sedan chair. The Prince of Jingyang's mansion can't force her." Swish! Shen Tang's face suddenly turned cold. "Do you think everyone in the Jingyang prince's mansion is stupid? My elder sister was able to go to the Daja temple today, but when she came back and found out that she was going to be married off to bring good luck, she fell ill and couldn't get into the bridal sedan chair. You might as well let me go directly to the Jingyang prince's mansion to cancel the engagement for her. That would be much more straightforward." Shen Tang rarely lost her temper, but her sudden change of expression startled Dukkha, who knelt down with a thud. "Please calm down, miss. I was just worried about you, eldest Mississippi. I thought you would be willing to bear the blame for her." Once she said that, if she didn't do it, she would be seen as disregarding her elder sister's lifelong happiness. Even a maidservant tried to manipulate her. Thinking back to her past life when she actually fell into the trap they set for her, Shen Tang was furious and felt ashamed of her own stupidity. Is this something that only requires bearing a few words of criticism? The Prince of Jing'ang is seriously ill and urgently needs a lucky charm to save his life. My elder sister is unwilling to marry, but she can break off the engagement. The Jingyang prince's mansion can always find someone willing to marry her. I will secretly drug her so that the bridal sedan chair from the Jingyang prince's mansion will be unable to pick her up tomorrow, thus delaying the lucky charm ceremony for the Prince of Jingyang. If he is all right, that's fine, but if he unfortunately dies from the poison, do you think the Jingyang prince's mansion and consort Yi will let me off easily? Ginkgo, slap her across the face. Make her learn a lesson and know what she should and shouldn't say. Chapter 3. Interrogation. Smack asterisk. The crisp, loud sound echoed in the room. The slap stunned Dooku and caused quite a stir in Qingyi Garden. Shen Tang was gentle and kind to her servants, rarely punishing them. It was the first time she had ever slapped her own personal maid. Everyone wondered what Doko had done wrong to anger the good-natured second young lady like this. Dooku was slapped and left crying. But Shen Tang's complexion didn't improve. Yinxing thought she was still angry with Doko, so she carefully advised, "Miss, don't get upset and harm your health. Doko is just worried about you. There's no need to plead for her." This slap was just the beginning. She wouldn't keep such a disloyal maid around, lest she leave herself a hidden danger. Besides Dooku, who knows how many other spies the second madam have in her Qingyi Garden? For so many years, she has lived under their watchful eyes, and the second madam probably knows every word she says. The second wife couldn't bear to see her own daughter widowed, but she didn't dare offend the Jingyang prince's mansion or consort Yi, so she plotted against her. Now that Dooku's attempts to persuade her had failed and she had been beaten, the second wife must know her attitude. However, the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion has many daughters. Besides her, there are also the third daughter Shen Ran and the fourth daughter Shen Luo, who are all old enough to be pushed out by the second wife. The second wife is only concerned with scheming. Shen Tang will not allow anyone to get into the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang prince's mansion, including Shen Han. She wanted the bridal sedan chair from the Jingyang prince's mansion to arrive and return empty. She wants the Prince of Jingyang's mansion to annul the engagement. Shen Tang thought that the second madam would give up after hitting a wall with her. After all, her father was still in charge of the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion. If she didn't want to, her father wouldn't let her go to someone else's place to bring good luck to Shen Han. It would be much easier for the second madam to scheme against her own daughter Shen Ran or her illegitimate daughter Shen Luo. But it turned out that the second madam seemed to have a grudge against her and had her eye on her. When one scheme failed, she tried another. Shen Tang's head was still spinning. In her previous life, she was injured when she got into the bridal sedan chair. She was so dizzy that she felt like she was dying and even vomited bile inside the sedan chair. There's another tough battle to fight tomorrow, so she needs to be well rested. Shen Tang suppressed her eagerness to see her father, drank her medicine, and rested. To make sure she was well rested, she told Yinxing not to wake her. Yinxing responded very well, and as a result, she shook the pillow the most violently, causing the back of Shen Tang's head to hit the pillow and roll back and forth, making her feel like she wanted to die. Shen Tang woke up in anger, but before she could get angry, Yinxing said urgently, "Miss, something terrible has happened. The eldest young lady has vomited blood and fainted." The anger that had risen to Shen Tang's throat dissipated. Yinxing was always obedient. In Yinxing's eyes, Shen Han was the closest person to her, Shen Tang, in this world. If Shen Han had an accident, even if Yinxing had a lot of courage, she wouldn't dare to let her continue sleeping without waking her up. But Shen Tang knew that Shen Han's vomiting blood and fainting was just a way for her to avoid being married off to the Prince of Jingyang for good luck, and that nothing serious had happened. Shen Tang propped herself up and sat up, casually asking, "Why did you vomit blood and faint?" Yinxing hurriedly replied, "I heard from the maid that the eldest young lady was in a bad mood and barely ate anything this morning. The old lady was very worried and specially ordered the kitchen to prepare bird's nest soup and have the second madam send it to her. However, the eldest young lady only ate a few bites before she suddenly vomited. The bird's nest soup she vomited contained blood, and then she fainted. Yinqing dared not fail to wake Shen Tang, and once Shen Tang was awake, it was no longer appropriate for her to fall back asleep. She knew Shen Han wasn't her biological sister, but others didn't know that her elder sister was coughing up blood and fainting while she, as the younger sister, was sleeping soundly. That was just too cold-hearted and heartless. Public opinion is a fearsome thing. Shen Tang lifted the covers and got out of bed, sitting in front of the dressing table, where Yinqing helped her with her makeup. With a head injury, dressing up was almost like torture. No matter how careful Yinqing was, Shen Tang still gasped in pain several times. Before she could finish dressing, a young maid rushed in through the beaded curtain, saying hurriedly, "Miss, the second madam sent people to arrest Dooku." A cold glint flashed in Shen Tang's eyes. No sooner had Shen Han gotten into trouble than the second madam sent people to arrest Dooku, clearly targeting her. Whether she drugged Shen Han or not, this means she's going to pin the blame on her. Her hair was already styled, and Shen Tang picked out 2 plain hairpins to fasten it before getting up and leaving. Shen Tang lived in Qingyi Garden, while Shen Han lived in Qinglan Garden. The 2 courtyards had similar names, but they were not close at all. It would take more than half a cup of tea to walk there by taking a shortcut. Qinglan Garden was not as big as Qingyi Garden, but it was more elegantly decorated. More importantly, it was much closer to Singha Hall, where the second branch of the family and the old lady lived. The Qingyi Garden is so small that it's not very noticeable, but the distances you walk each morning and evening when you visit your parents are real. That makes sense. What mother wouldn't share good things with her own daughter? In the present day, the Pingyuan Marquis mansion is nominally managed by the old lady, but in reality, the second wife is in charge of all matters, big and small. The old lady dotes on Shen Han the most, and when the second wife takes things to Shen Han's courtyard, no one thinks she is biased, they just say she has no selfish motives. Shen Tang walked along the path to Qinglan Garden and saw the old lady coming over with the help of her maid. The old lady was really worried about Shen Han, her face full of worry and her steps were very hurried. Shen Tang slowed her pace, wondering if the old lady knew that Shen Han was the second wife's child. Shen Tang felt that the old lady probably didn't know that her second uncle was her biological son, as was her father. Her eldest brother went missing at the Lantern Festival, and the old lady fell seriously ill. Her father had no children, which had always been a worry for the old lady. After her mother passed away, the old lady worried a lot about her father remarrying. Her father and mother had a good relationship and he was unwilling to remarry, so the old lady even threatened to kill herself. The father had no choice but to agree, but the second wife could not be brought into the family. After the marriage was arranged, just as they were preparing to bring the woman into the family, war broke out on the border. The father went to the border and the marriage had to be postponed. When he finally returned and was ready to hold the wedding, the girl contracted a serious illness and died. My father didn't even know what the girl he was going to remarry looked like before she died of illness. My father was a general who had seen life and death on the battlefield, and birth, aging, sickness, and death were things that no one could escape. But somehow, my father's reputation for being a jinx to his wives spread. With such a reputation, coupled with my father's age of 28 or 29 at the time, even if he did not object to remarrying, the old lady would not be able to find a suitable one, and the matter of remarrying was left unresolved. Since the eldest son's family had no matriarch, the household affairs were managed by the old lady. However, the old lady was getting old and couldn't handle so much. At first, she only gave the embroidery room to the second wife, then the garden, then the main kitchen, and finally all the power to manage the household was handed over to the second wife. The eldest son has no son, so let alone managing the household affairs of the Marquis' mansion, The entire Pingyuan Marquis mansion will have to be handed over to the second son after his father passes away. Shen Tang could sense that the old lady genuinely hoped that her father could have a son, even if it was an illegitimate son. In her previous life, her father died from a relapse of his old illness, and the old lady couldn't bear the blow and fell ill. She survived for a month before passing away as well. Shen Tang shook these thoughts off his mind and stepped into the courtyard, where he saw Duku kneeling on the ground in the distance. The old lady asked the second wife, "Has the interrogation been completed?" The second wife shook her head. This maid is very stubborn. She probably won't tell the truth without torture. Then use torture. As soon as the old lady spoke, the second wife turned around and gave her a wink, and two old women grabbed Duku and pressed her down onto the bench. Duku turned pale with fright and said urgently, I'll tell you. It was the second miss who told me to put the medicine in the bird's nest." Chapter 4. Selfish. He confessed before even being put on the board. Is that what you call being stubborn? Shen Tang sneered inwardly. Before she could speak, Mr. Ginkgo exploded. "Duku, when did you ever tell me to drug the eldest young lady? You gave the girl such a terrible idea, and she got angry and slapped you. She wanted to teach you a lesson, but is this how you learn your lesson? But if you want to find fault, you can always find a pretext." Duku lay on the bench and cried out, "Madam, please understand. I have no grudge against the eldest young lady and would never harm her. It was the second young lady who asked me to drug her. She doesn't want the eldest young lady to marry the Prince of Jingyang tomorrow for good luck. She's afraid the eldest young lady will be a widow." Duku had just finished speaking when her expression suddenly changed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the second wife in horror, then collapsed onto the bench with her eyes wide open. It was clear she died with her eyes wide open. Shen Tang wanted to find an opportunity to sell Duku into the mansion, but she didn't expect that just because she slapped Duku once, the second madam would treat Duku as a pawn to be discarded and use her life to shut her up, leaving her speechless. That's really ruthless. The second wife looked at Shen Tang, her eyes turning cold. Does the second young lady have anything else to say? Shen Tang chuckled lightly. It seems that second aunt truly believes Duku's words. The second wife frowned, her tone displeased. Wasn't it you who instructed Duku to do it? Shen Tang said, I don't want my elder sister to be a widow, but if one of us has to go through this, does second aunt think I'm that magnanimous? The second wife was stunned, not expecting Shen Tang to say that. Humans are selfish. Shen Tang's direct admission that she wasn't magnanimous actually made it easier for people to believe in her innocence. Shen Tang said, the bridal sedan chair from the Prince of Jingyang's mansion will come to pick us up first thing tomorrow morning. My elder sister is ill and can't get into the sedan chair. We can't delay the wedding to bring good luck. What if they force me to marry in her place? If I were truly so magnanimous as to sacrifice myself for my elder sister, I could have simply stood up for her. Why would I have poisoned her? They say even medicine has some toxicity, let alone poison. What if I hadn't controlled the dosage and killed her? At this point, Shen Tang stopped and looked at the second madam, saying, I am not as magnanimous as second aunt thinks. If second aunt insists that I instructed Duku, I have nothing to say. But let me make this clear from the start. If my second aunt wants me to marry in her place, I'm sorry, I can't do it. The second wife's face was ashen, her eyes as cold as a lurking viper. She didn't speak, but the maids in the courtyard already believed it wasn't Shen Tang. No one would knowingly jump into a pit of fire. The old lady frowned slightly, said nothing, and stepped into the house. Shen Tang, who had come to see Shen Han, followed her. Inside the room, Shen Han lay on the bed with her eyes closed and her face pale. The doctor was taking her pulse. Upon seeing the doctor, Shen Tang's eyes instantly turned cold. It is said that family scandals should not be aired in public, but the Pingyuan Marquis mansion is different. Before the doctor has even left, they can't wait to interrogate her maid in the courtyard, as if they're afraid that others will not know that Shen Han's inability to get married is her fault. The old lady walked over and asked, Dr. Li, is my granddaughter all right? Dr. Li said, the poison that the young lady has been poisoned with is severe, but not fatal. She will just have to be unconscious for 3 days. Is there any way to wake her up as soon as possible? The old lady asked hurriedly. Dr. Li shook his head. The old lady was anxious. She's getting married tomorrow. What are we going to do? Mrs. Wang comforted the old lady, telling her not to worry. Shen Tang was also filial, so she brought over a cup of tea. However, when she got to the bedside, she accidentally stepped on her skirt and fell forward. She managed to steady herself, but the teacup in her hand flew out and, by sheer coincidence, hit Shen Han, who was lying on the bed. The tea was splashed all over her face. A doctor said that the person who was supposed to be poisoned and unconscious for 3 days let out a scream. Not only did she wake up, she also sat up. Very energetic. The old lady was startled at first, then her face turned green. The old lady may feel sorry for Shen Han, but that doesn't mean she'll tolerate Shen Han playing such tricks right under her nose, faking poisoning to frame her own sister. Shen Tang looked at Dr. Li with an innocent expression. No one can wake someone who is pretending to be unconscious. But you can spill tea. Dr. Li. Awkward. Goodbye. Dr. Li picked up his medicine box and fled as if he were running away. No one stopped him. They weren't stupid, so they could see that Dr. Li had been bribed by the young lady. Shen Han sat on the bed, her face extremely pale. Her gaze fixed on Shen Tang was filled with murderous intent. She quickly jumped off the bed, knelt on the floor, and cried, "Grandmother, please calm down. It's not that I'm unwilling to marry the Prince of Jingyang for good luck, nor am I afraid of becoming a widow. I'm just worried that the divination slip drawn at the Daja Temple will come true, and instead of bringing good luck, it will kill the Prince of Jingyang." Even the hypocritical Shen Tang felt disgusted. If she had simply said she was afraid of becoming a widow and didn't want to get married, Shen Tang wouldn't have been so averse to it. She didn't want to marry him, yet she made excuses, saying it was for the good of the Prince of Jingyang. She was treating people like fools. What's even more disgusting is that there were others chiming in, with the second wife saying, "Old madam, don't upset yourself. It's perfectly normal for the eldest daughter to have these concerns." The old lady scolded, "What concerns? The Prince of Jingyang's heir is seriously injured and needs a wedding to bring him good luck. Our Pinghuan Marquis' mansion knows full well that marrying off our daughter will risk her becoming a widow, yet we still send her off in the bridal sedan chair. If it's not a wedding to bring him good luck and the Prince of Jingyang's heir can't be saved, does the Prince of Jingyang's mansion dare to blame my granddaughter for causing the death of their heir? Prince Jingyang and Princess Jingyang are not such unreasonable people." Realizing she had misspoke, the second wife quickly corrected herself. "I know the Prince of Jingyang's mansion values reason, but can you bear to see Honor become a widow after marriage?" The old lady couldn't bear it. It could be said that the Imperial Observatory was the one who could help with the marriage of a daughter to bring good luck. Prince Jingyang believed it and even came to visit in person. What could she do? Prince Jingyang would not force the Pinghuan Marquis family to marry off their daughter, but if she didn't marry her this time, the marriage would definitely be called off. The Prince of Jingyang was injured while saving the second prince. The marriage is their last hope. If the Marquis family is unwilling to hold the marriage, the Emperor will be angry and the engagement will be called off. Will anyone dare to ask to marry Honor in the future? I'm afraid that even the other girls in the Pinghuan Marquis mansion won't be able to find a husband. No matter how much she loved Shen Han, she couldn't disregard the entire Pinghuan Marquis mansion for the sake of just Shen Han. The old lady said with a heavy heart, whether the marriage to ward off bad luck is successful or not, the Jingyang prince's mansion will not mistreat Honor. "Grandmother." The old lady closed her eyes and said, "Stay put and wait for the bridal sedan chair from the Prince of Jingyang's residence to come and pick you up." After saying that, the old lady turned and left. Shen Han burst into tears. Her tearful appearance was truly heartbreaking, but Shen Tang, who had been tricked into a substitute marriage and then falsely accused of stealing her marriage, felt no pity, only disgust. Not wanting to pretend to be close sisters, Shen Tang turned and left. Just as she turned around, a maid rushed in and announced, "Second madam, Someone from the palace has come to deliver a message. Consort Yi requests your presence in the palace. Chapter 5. Marriage Exchange. Shen Tang was not surprised at all that Consort Yi was looking for a second wife. The Pingyuan Marquis' mansion had no mistress, and all matters of social interaction were managed by the second wife. In the previous life, at the same time, Consort Yi sent someone to summon the second wife to the palace. Consort Yi was not only the maternal aunt of Xie Guimo, the heir of Prince Jingong, but Xie Guimo also died from his injuries while saving her son, the second prince, and needed a marriage to bring good luck. Consort Yi took the marriage to good luck very seriously, so much so that even when the Pingyuan Marquis' residence was in complete chaos, she still summoned the second madam to the palace for questioning. Upon learning that she was worried that the marriage to bring good luck wouldn't work and that the Prince of Jingyang's heir might not survive, resulting in her elder sister becoming a widow after marriage, Consort Yi was furious and, without even consulting the Prince of Jingyang's residence, directly replaced the person to be married off to bring good luck with her. Although she and Shen Han look nothing alike, they are both daughters of Marquis Pingyuan, Shen Sui, and even share the same birth time. If she were to take his place in the marriage, no one would worry that she and the Prince of Jingyang would be incompatible according to their birth dates. In her past life, she believed Dooku's instigation and Consort Yi asked her to marry in her place. Shen Tang had nothing to say. In this life, before the second madam entered the palace, her crimes had been cleared and Shen Han was no longer unconscious. There was no reason for her to marry in her place. Although Shen Tang was determined to have the bridal sedan chair from the Jingyang prince's mansion carried back empty, the thought of Shen Han's fear of becoming a widow after marriage and the second madam's gritting teeth after her scheme failed made Shen Tang feel happy. A soft sob came from behind her. Shen Tang turned around and saw Yin Xing wiping away tears. Shen Tang said, "Why are you crying for no reason? Are you reluctant to part with Doko?" Yin Xing said bitterly, "Dooku is siding with outsiders, helping the eldest young lady push the young lady into the fire pit. This servant will not be reluctant to let her go." Shen Tang chuckled, "Then why are you crying?" Yin Xing choked up, "This servant feels sorry for you, miss. You were so good to the eldest young lady, always giving her the best things, but the eldest young lady pushed you to jump into a fire pit for her own sake. It turns out he was standing up for her." Shen Tang's nose stung with tears. Shen Han had drugged her and framed her, but Shen Tang had exposed her on the spot. The old lady hadn't scolded Shen Han at all, but Yin Xing, a mere maid, had shed tears for the injustice she had suffered. How could Shen Tang not be moved? Shen Tang wiped away Yin Xing's tears and said, "I won't be nice to her anymore, and I'll take back everything I gave her." These were Shen Tang's true feelings, but Yin Xing didn't believe her at all, saying, "You're not that kind of person. Forget about getting the things she gave away back. She'd be grateful if the girl could avoid being taken advantage of by other girls in the future." Yin Xing's face clearly showed her disbelief. Shen Tang didn't say much, but she would soon let Yin Xing know that she meant what she said. The two returned to Qingyi Garden. Shen Tang was woken up before she had a good night's sleep. She turned around and felt even more dizzy. After lunch, she went back to sleep. Seeing Shen Tang's exhausted expression, Yin Xing felt very guilty. The young lady told her not to wake her up. When she heard that the eldest young lady had vomited blood and fainted, she was extremely anxious and hurriedly woke the young lady up. As a result, the eldest young lady had schemed against the young lady in such a way. After tucking Shen Tang in, Yin Xing said, "Miss, please sleep soundly. Even if the sky falls, I won't wake you up." Yin Xing made a solemn vow, but in the end, the sky didn't fall, and Shen Tang was woken up by her. Poor Shen Tang was sleeping soundly when Yin Xing shook her anxiously, her voice almost crying, "Girl, wake up. Something terrible has happened." Shen Tang's head was throbbing so badly she felt like dying. "What's wrong now?" Yin Xing said, "Consort Yi wants you to bring good fortune to the Prince of Jingyang." Startled, Shen Tang sat up abruptly. Dizzy, her vision blurred for a moment. She forced back her anger and said, "Why are you making me marry in your place? In her anger, she didn't even notice the word still she used. However, neither the speaker nor the listener paid attention. Inqing said, "This servant doesn't know either." That's how the maid passed on the message. Such a big matter could not be spread by the maid without reason. Shen Tang was furious. It was one thing to make her marry in place of another in her past life, but what reason does Consort Yi have to make her marry in this life? Shen Tang's intuition told her that this was the work of the second wife. Suppressing her anger, Shen Tang threw off the covers and got out of bed. Without even bothering to tidy her messy hair, she hurriedly went to the Singha Hall where the old lady lived. Shen Tang walked quickly, and in the distance, she saw a familiar, composed figure. It was his father, Shen Sui. Although both Shen Han and Shen Tang are Shen Sui's daughters, the marriage was arranged by a last-minute swap the day before their weddings, and Shen Sui could not ignore it. As Shen Tang stepped into the room, she heard her father's voice, filled with dissatisfaction. "The one who is engaged to the Prince of Jingyang is Honor, so why is Tanger suddenly being used to bring him good luck?" He was asking about the second wife. The second wife was getting restless and said, "Consort Yi sent someone to summon me to the palace." At that time, something happened at Qinglong Garden, and the news reached the outer courtyard. The messenger from the palace overheard it. Consort Yi was very angry when she heard that the second young lady was afraid that the eldest young lady would become a widow and that she had drugged the eldest young lady to prevent her from getting married. She asked me if this had really happened. I really didn't know how to answer. I thought that the eldest young lady was fine and it wouldn't affect her wedding tomorrow to bring good luck. It's better for the second young lady to feel sorry for her elder sister and do this than for the eldest young lady to drug herself. For the sake of the Marquis family and the eldest daughter's reputation, I didn't explain for the second daughter. But I didn't expect Consort Yi to be so angry. She used the excuse that the eldest daughter's fortune-telling at the Jokhang Temple was unlucky and changed the marriage to the second daughter to bring good luck. She knew it was the second wife who was behind it. He really went to great lengths for his daughter. The events at Qinglong Garden had reached Consort Ye's ears. Moreover, Shen Sui was shocked. He never expected his eldest daughter to do something like pushing her own sister into a fire pit. Shen Han had schemed against Shen Tang first, and then made Shen Tang bear a false accusation to bring her good luck. If a father were to turn a blind eye to this, he wouldn't deserve to be a father. Shen Sui coldly said, "I do not agree to change Tanger's marriage to bring good luck. Hana will still be married tomorrow." The old lady's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't say anything. Although she favored Shen Han more, Shen Han was in the wrong in this matter, so she couldn't be too biased. The second wife couldn't sit still any longer and blurted out, "I've already promised Consort Yi." Shen Sui's face darkened. Which daughter my Pingyuan Marquis family marries is none of Consort Yi's business. The second wife said, when Consort Yi wanted to exchange brides, the emperor went there and knew about it. Tomorrow, the person getting into the bridal sedan chair will not be the second young lady. Our Pingyuan Marquis mansion is deceiving the emperor. Consort Ye's pressure wasn't enough, so she even brought up the emperor. Shen Sui said, "I will apologize to the emperor myself." "Father." The two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Shen Tang's voice trembled slightly. She knew that her father wasn't just saying this. He truly didn't want her to get married. Shen Tang walked over, and Shen Sui said, "Don't worry, father won't let you suffer." Shen Tang shook her head slightly, tears welling up in her eyes, and said, "I dreamt of my mother during my afternoon nap. She said that my father went to see her early this morning and brought her favorite crabapple cake. Is that true?" Shen Sui was startled. No one else knew that he went to pay respects to Lady Jiang today. Shen Sui's eyes reddened. "Did your mother say anything else?" Shen Tang said, "My mother wants her daughter to share my father's burdens." "Father, please let your daughter make the decision about marrying the heir of the Prince of Jingyang to bring him good fortune." Chapter 6. Discussion. Shen Tang's voice was soft, but her eyes were firm. Shen Sui knew that his daughter not only resembled Jiang Shi in appearance, but also inherited her personality completely. She was usually kind and generous and would not take a loss or grievance to heart. But once she showed such a determined look in her eyes, it meant that no one could stop her from doing this, even if it cost her her life. It was this stubborn nature that cost Jiang Shi her life. Now my daughter has this kind of personality again. Shen Sui said, Father has nothing that requires your help. Shen Tang said, I don't want to create a rift between me and my elder sister over this matter. We sisters can discuss it together, so Father won't have to be caught in the middle. Their understanding nature was heartbreaking, and even the old lady showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. The old lady had seen everything Shen Han had done. It was already beyond her expectations that Shen Tang hadn't complained to Shen Sui. Now she had to resolve the matter herself so that Shen Sui wouldn't be caught in the middle between her two daughters. This thoughtfulness only highlighted Shen Han's selfishness and cold-heartedness, disappointing the old lady. Shen Sui frowned. He didn't think there was a way to satisfy both sides. The old lady said, Let the sisters discuss it themselves. Shen Tang made the request herself, and the old lady also spoke up for her, so Shen Sui had no choice but to agree. Shen Tang curtsied and withdrew. Everyone assumed she had gone to discuss the matter with Shen Han, but Shen Tang did not go. Instead, she returned to Qingyi Garden. No sooner had she returned than Shen Han sent her maid to deliver her wedding dress. The maids didn't dare to deliver it in person. They just handed it to the little maid in charge of cleaning the courtyard and left quickly. When the maid brought in the wedding dress, Inqing angrily scolded, The young lady's maid stuffed it into your hands, and you just took it? The little maid was extremely aggrieved by the scolding. She knew this wedding dress was a hot potato and she couldn't accept it, but the eldest daughter's maid, Danju, insisted on putting it on her. If she didn't take it, the wedding dress would fall to the ground, so she had no choice but to accept it. Inqing knew that the one bullying her was a young woman, but she just couldn't stand it. The eldest daughter schemed against the young lady, and the young lady didn't complain to the marquis, but even tried to discuss it with her, saving the eldest daughter face. And what happened? The eldest daughter just sent her wedding dress directly. Was that a discussion? It's obvious she's already decided to marry the young lady. Ginkgo was furious. This servant will take the wedding dress back to the eldest young lady. She took the wedding dress and was about to leave. Shen Tang said, Put it down. Inqing paused, turning around in disbelief to see Shen Tang drinking tea. Inqing didn't know whether the eldest daughter was more infuriating or her own daughter was even more so. Miss, Shen Tang said, knowing that it can't be sent back, why make a wasted trip? We have to send it back, even if we can't, Ginkgo said. If we don't send it back, does that mean the young lady really has to wear her wedding dress to marry the Prince of Jingong tomorrow to bring him good luck? Shen Tang's gaze fell on the wedding dress, and she said, I will wear the wedding dress, but I will not get into the bridal sedan chair of the Jingyang Prince's mansion again. Again. These words make it sound as if the girl had been on a bridal sedan chair at the Prince of Jingyang's mansion. The girl must have been so angry she was confused. Inqing wanted to ask, but Shen Tang didn't give her a chance to speak, saying, You'll know tomorrow. It will be too late tomorrow. Inqing cried out in her heart, but as a maid, her anxiety was useless. Only the young lady herself could be anxious. Ginkgo didn't like the hot potato in her hand, so she put it far away to avoid looking at it and feeling annoyed. While Shen Tang was drinking tea and eating snacks, Shen Han was pacing back and forth in the room, waiting anxiously. She was convinced that once the wedding dress was delivered, Shen Tang would return it to her, but after waiting for a long time, neither Shen Tang nor any maidservant came to find her. She couldn't figure out what Shen Tang was up to. She didn't believe that Shen Tang would knowingly jump into a pit of fire. If she truly cared about her as her elder sister, she wouldn't have splashed tea on her, embarrassed her, and disappointed her grandmother. She didn't believe that the cup of tea was an accident. Shen Tang must be trying to prevent herself from getting married. She absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for her doom. Shen Han walked around in circles a few times before stopping. Prepare cold water. The well water in early spring was icy cold. Shen Han forced herself to shiver and slowly entered the bathtub. Before you've even fully submerged, you're already sneezing one after another. After nightfall, Shen Tang went to bed early. After all, she had experience with marriage and knew that she would be woken up early the next morning for a facial ritual, which was not something she could avoid just because she didn't want to. But the next day, before dawn, Shen Tangren woke up, and the Empress Shirquan had not yet arrived. They waited from the first light of dawn until full daylight, but he still didn't come. Where are those who came in my past life? Just as Shen Tang was feeling puzzled, Sun Mama, the head maidservant of the second madam, arrived. Seeing Shen Tang sitting on the bed, she scolded Yin Xing. What time is it? Hurry up and help the second miss with her makeup. Yin Xing said, the 10 perfections goddess hasn't arrived yet. Madam Sun said, she can't come. The marriage was arranged in a hurry, and there was a lot of trouble in the mansion yesterday. Second madam was so busy that she forgot to invite the 10 perfections lady. It turns out she forgot to invite her. That makes sense. In her previous life, the second wife didn't put in this much effort when scheming against her. With her mind and energy on her side, she naturally handled things more properly. Shen Tang wasn't angry. Not using a razor to shave her face was exactly what she wanted. Sitting down at the dressing table, Shen Tang handed the ivory comb to Yin Xing, who took it with red eyes. After getting ready, she put on her wedding dress and sat on the bed to wait for the bridal sedan chair from the Jingyang Prince's mansion to arrive. After waiting for a full half-hour, I finally heard the faint sounds of firecrackers and swonas coming from the front yard. Shen Tang put on the phoenix crown and covered her head with a bright red veil embroidered with phoenixes singing in harmony. With Yin Xing's help, she went out. According to custom, Shen Tang was supposed to first pay her respects to her grandmother and father, and then be carried out of the house by her cousin. However, Shen Tang skipped all of that and had Yin Xing help her out of the mansion. Although Sun's mother felt it was against the rules, she did not speak up to stop it. As long as Shen Tang didn't get into the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang Prince's mansion, the second madam and Shen Han wouldn't feel at ease for a moment. She tried to dissuade her, saying that if the second miss changed her mind and didn't want to get married, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Madam Sun pretended not to hear, and Yin Xing helped Shen Tang to the main gate of the Marquis's mansion. The area in front of the Marquis's mansion was bustling with activity. In addition to the wedding procession from the Prince of Jingyang's mansion, there were also many onlookers. The heir of the Prince of Jingyang is unconscious. Today, the person who came to the Prince of Jingyang's mansion to welcome the bride is his half-brother, Xie Godin, the second young master of the Prince of Jingyang's mansion. Seeing Shen Tang leave, the people of Jingyang Prince's mansion were a little surprised. They thought they would have to wait for a while, but they didn't expect that they would send her out so quickly. Pingyuan Marquis's mansion was indeed sensible. Just as she was thinking this, the bride stepped out the door and lifted her veil. This happened so fast that everyone was stunned. Mother Sun's expression changed. What is the second young lady doing? Shen Tang said calmly, removing the veil will make it easier to talk to the people from the Jingyang Prince's mansion. Chapter 7. Explanation. Shen Tang looked at Xie Er Xiaoyi, who was riding on horseback, looking very spirited. Xie Guyin was genuinely curious about what Shen Tang wanted to say to him. Despite his curiosity, he didn't forget that he was there to welcome the bride on behalf of his elder brother. He said, my brother is waiting for the wedding to bring good luck. We can talk about it after Miss Shen has entered the gates of my Jingyang Prince's mansion. Shen Tang said, no one from my Pingyuan Marquis's mansion will be riding in the bridal sedan chair of your Jingyang Prince's mansion today. Please leave. Xie Guyin frowned. Madam Sun thought that Shen Tang was angry about marrying in place of Shen Han and wanted to make a few demands to the Jingyang Prince's mansion before getting into the bridal sedan chair, so she did not stop her. However, she did not expect that the second young lady would refuse to marry. The second wife was worried that her second daughter would cause trouble, so she sent her to keep an eye on her. Seeing that the second daughter was behaving herself, she thought the second wife was being too suspicious. Little did she know that the second daughter's well-behaved behavior was just a way to lull everyone into a false sense of security. Does the second young lady even know what she's doing? Xia Guin, riding on horseback, suddenly laughed. Does Miss Shen know what the consequences will be for playing tricks on our Jingyang prince's mansion? Shen Tang remained calm and said composedly, "No need to thank second young master for reminding me. I know the power of the Jingyang prince's mansion. The reason we let the bridal sedan chair go back empty is because the young master doesn't need a wedding to bring him good luck at all. He'll wake up before tonight." Xia Guin said, "Is Miss Shen so certain? What if my brother doesn't wake up if there's no marriage to ward off bad luck? If he doesn't wake up, I, Shen Tang, will die with him." Shen Tang's voice was clear and resonant. The noisy entrance fell silent instantly. They all fell silent, looking at each other in bewilderment. Today, Xia Guin is the one who came to fetch the bride, but Xia Guimo's bodyguard Qinqi has also come. Qinqi is very puzzled. Second Miss Shen is so sure that she is willing to risk her own life to ensure that my young master is safe. So why is she unwilling to get into the bridal sedan chair of the Jingyang prince's mansion? Shen Tang said, "The person who is engaged to your young master is my elder sister. It won't work to bring good luck through marriage. I will remain a widow and get married, but your young master will be fine. How will we sisters get along in the future? My elder sister is the closest person to me in this world. I cannot knowingly steal her marriage when I know that your young master will be fine." Qinqi said, "The young master is still unconscious. What makes Miss Shen so sure that he will be all right? We were ordered to come and welcome the bride, but Miss Shen told us to go back with just a few words. We cannot bear the punishment of the prince." No matter what she said, she was going to get into the bridal sedan chair. Shen Tang pulled out the gold hairpin from her hair and stuck it into her arm. Blood instantly soaked through the wedding dress and dripped onto the ground. Shen Tang, suppressing her trembling forehead, asked Qinqi, "Is this enough for you to report back to Prince Jingyang?" Qinqi was startled. He hadn't expected Shen Tang to be so headstrong. Fearing she might do something even more extreme, he quickly said, "Enough, enough." Shen Tang pulled out the gold hairpin and threw it at Qinqi's feet. The gold hairpin struck the bluestone ground with a crisp clanging sound. Shen Tang covered her arm and turned to enter the mansion. Yinxing supported her, her face pale. Shen Tang said, "Help me to the ancestral hall." Shen Sui, along with the second and third masters, were all at Songha Hall. By the time they learned that Shen Tang had refused to marry and rushed to the main gate, the bridal sedan chair from the Jingyang prince's mansion had already left. Knowing that Shen Tang had gone to the ancestral hall, Shen Sui went there to find her. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Shen Tang kneeling outside the ancestral hall in a wedding dress. Shen Sui wasn't the only one who went to the ancestral hall. The second madam and her entourage were also there. Upon seeing Shen Tang, the second madam was furious, her lips trembling with rage. "If you don't want to marry in place of someone else, you can just say so. No one will force you. Just because you're unhappy doesn't mean the entire Pingyuan Marquis mansion has to suffer because of you. Weren't you forced to marry in her place enough?" Shen Tang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Isn't second aunt curious why I dared to risk my life rather than get into the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang prince's mansion?" The second wife was furious, barely suppressing her anger. She asked, "Why did you do such a thing?" Shen Tang's gaze swept across the second madam's face before turning to Shen Sui and saying, "Father, I will kneel in the ancestral hall until the prince of Jingyang wakes up." "I will tell you when the prince of Jingyang wakes up." The second wife kept everyone in suspense, digging her bright red nail polish into her flesh to suppress the urge to hit someone. The second wife had never been so angered before. She was asked why she did it, but the man wouldn't answer. Wasn't this just playing with her? But with Shen Sui present, she could only suppress her anger, no matter how great it was. Shen Tang knelt, kneeling ramrod straight. "My arm is still bleeding." Shen Sui didn't know why his daughter did such a thing, but he knew that his daughter was not such a willful person, and even if she was willful, she would not say that she would risk her life to die with someone else. The bridal sedan chair from the Jingyang prince's mansion has already left. Now, there's nothing else to do but pray that the heir of the Jingyang prince will be saved. Shen Sui said nothing and turned to leave. He didn't say anything, so what could the others say? They could only follow along. After Shen Sui and the others left, the maid brought some wound medicine. Yin Xing carefully lifted up Shen Tang's wedding dress at the arm and applied the medicine to stop the bleeding. The wound wasn't big, but because it bled a lot, it looked rather scary. But the most frightening thing is not these injuries, but whether the Prince of Jingyang will wake up. Tears streamed down Yin Xing's face. If something really happens to the Prince of Jingyang, you young lady. The words "I'm doomed" rolled around in my throat a few times, but I couldn't get them out. Shen Tang chuckled. He won't die, and neither will I. She's in for a lot of pain today. With a curfew in effect at night, the news that the Prince of Jingyang's heir needed to be woken up couldn't reach the manor immediately, so she would have to kneel until tomorrow morning. But thinking of the grievances her mother had suffered, her eldest brother who had been murdered and disappeared, and her second brother who had been buried alive, she had to make her father believe as soon as possible that the second wife harbored evil intentions towards him. As long as she could convince her father, even if it was just planting a seed of doubt, the physical suffering she endured would not have been in vain. However, Shen Tang had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered such hardship. After kneeling for a while, she felt that her knees did not belong to her. In addition, the injury on her arm was still painful, making it even more torturous. Shen Tang was mentally prepared to kneel all night, but to her surprise, her father arrived before noon and helped her up from her kneeling position, barely managing to stay upright. Shen Tang's eyes reddened, thinking that her father was distressed for her and couldn't bear to see her kneel even after she had made such a mistake. She choked out, "Father, I'm fine." Shen Sui said, "Get up, the Prince of Jingyang has already woken up." Shen Tang, "Wake up, you're awake?" Shen Tang looked surprised. Shen Sui frowned in surprise. "Wasn't my daughter certain that the Prince of Jingyang's heir would wake up? Why is it that even though the person is actually awake, they look like they can't believe it?" Shen Sui didn't know that Shen Tang wasn't surprised that the Prince of Jingyang would wake up. What surprised her was how someone who only woke up at night in her previous life could wake up so early and so much earlier. However, this is a good thing for her, meaning she doesn't have to kneel anymore. Shen Tang was overjoyed, but also somewhat speechless. Fortunately, the Prince of Jingyang's mansion was planning a wedding to bring good luck, so the wedding didn't cause any delays, and the person woke up even faster. Chapter 8. It has come true. When the Prince of Jingyang woke up and was unharmed, Shen Tang's refusal to marry him in front of the bridal sedan chair was no big deal. However, everyone was puzzled as to why Shen Tang was so certain that the Prince of Jingyang would not die. Shen Sui also asked about this matter at the ancestral hall. Shen Sui asked, "How do you know that the Prince of Jingyang's heir will be all right?" Shen Tang looked at her father and said, slowly and deliberately, "I said that my mother told me this in a dream." "Do you believe me, father? A dream message?" Shen Sui frowned deeply. Shen Tang nodded and said, "Yesterday I dreamed of my mother. My mother and I talked a lot. She told me that the Prince of Jingyang would wake up today and that I should not marry in place of him, otherwise there would be endless trouble. I was skeptical at first and dared not gamble with the entire Pingwan Marquis mansion, but this is the least important thing that mother said. I was more afraid that other things would come true, so I took the risk and risked my life to verify it." Shen Sui's brows were already furrowed, but now they furrowed even more deeply. "What else did your mother say?" Shen Tang said, "My eldest brother was lost at the Lantern Festival back then. It wasn't an accident, nor was it my uncle's negligence. It was my second uncle's scheme." Shen Sui's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Impossible. Your second uncle would never do such a thing." "Father." Shen Tang's voice was heavy, tinged with anger. Shen Tang knew that Shen Sui trusted the second master and would react strongly to this matter. She was mentally prepared, but she still couldn't help but feel angry. Yunxiu clenched her fists tightly, and Shen Tang's eyes reddened as she said, "Father trusts second uncle and thinks that he and second uncle are like brothers, and he wouldn't harm you. But what about my elder sister and me? Aren't we sisters close? But didn't my elder sister still push me, her own sister, into the fire for her own sake?" The fact that Shen Han drugged her and framed Shen Tang happened just yesterday, and Shen Sui had no way to refute it. Shen Tang wiped away her tears and said, "Father doesn't believe that second uncle would harm eldest brother, and he probably doesn't believe that the second branch of the family would have the guts and ability to switch second brother, who was just born, right under father's nose? My mother told me that my eldest brother is still alive and is in Kyoto. My father doesn't believe my mother, but I do. I will definitely find my eldest brother. I don't expect you to investigate my second uncle. I only hope that you can have a little suspicion and a bit of caution towards him. My daughter already has no mother, and she doesn't want to lose her father too." After speaking with tears in her eyes, Shen Tang covered her injured arm and turned to leave. After taking only 2 steps, he stopped again, but did not turn around. "My mother also asked me to tell my father that you left the jade pendant in front of her grave." After saying that, Shen Tang left without looking back, not seeing the shock on Shen Sui's face. Shen Tang knew that Shen Sui went to pay respects to Jiangshi yesterday because of that jade pendant. The jade pendant was given to Shen Sui by Jiangshi. He always wore it and never took it off. After losing it in his previous life, Shen Sui searched for it for a long time. Later, when Shen Tang was shopping, he saw it at a stall and realized that it had been left in front of Jiangshi's grave and had been picked up and sold. Shen Tang mentioned dreaming about her mother yesterday, which was a prelude to today. Her mother's rebirth after death was too bizarre. If she told her father directly, he probably wouldn't believe her and would think she was possessed. She could only tell her father about these things through her mother's dream. Shen Tang regretted not getting the truth about her elder brother's identity from Shen Han before she died. Now she had to find out for herself. These past 2 days, she's been pondering over the few words Shen Han revealed about her older brother, especially the part where she said she wouldn't guess who he was. The older brother must be someone she knows. They must not only know each other, but their identities must also be extraordinary. Otherwise, even Siagimo wouldn't have fallen into their hands, and their elder brother wouldn't still be alive and well. The fact that someone who sits in that position can't be easily eliminated speaks volumes. Inxing was waiting outside the ancestral hall when she saw Shen Tang come out despite the pain in her knees. Inxing felt terrible and quickly came over to help Shen Tang back to apply medicine. After walking about 100 steps forward, a maid came running over and said, "Second miss, the old madam wants you to go to Songha Hall. If you go to her now, even a fool would know that you'd want to ask her where she got the idea that the Prince of Jingyang's heir would be all right." Shen Tang said, "Help me to Songha Hall." Ginkgo said indignantly, "The young lady is so badly injured. Doesn't the old lady feel any pity for her at all?" "It was the second wife who asked me to go," Shen Tang said. Ginkgo was stunned and asked in confusion, "Then the girl is still going?" Shen Tang didn't say anything and walked towards Songha Hall. Inxing could only help her walk there with a limp. Inside the room, the old lady sat on a daybed, with the second and third wives sitting to her left and right respectively. Shen Tang was still wearing her wedding dress, but not her phoenix crown. Because of her injury, she had been kneeling for a long time. Unlike her usual radiant self, she looked more broken and fragile, which made people feel pity for her from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing her go in, the old lady was somewhat surprised. "Injured like this, why did you come to grandmother's place?" Shen Tang wanted to speak, but winced in pain and took a while before saying, "I know that refusing to marry today and sending the bridal sedan chair back to the Jingyang prince's mansion empty has angered my grandmother. She sent a maid to fetch me, and I dared not refuse." Upon hearing this, the old lady glanced at the second wife. The second wife was getting restless and asked Shen Tang, "How can you be so sure that the Prince of Jingyang will be fine without a marriage ceremony to ward off bad luck?" Shen Tang said calmly, "My mother told me this in my dream." Those few words, simply and decisively, almost made the second wife die of anger. The second wife's anger surged from her limbs to the top of her head, her voice trembling with rage. "You actually believe things from dreams. You're just gambling with the entire Pingyuan Marquis mansion like that." The rebuke came crashing down on her, and Shen Tang's face turned frosty. The person I trust isn't just anyone, it's my own mother. They are the people who would do everything in their power to protect me, even if they were no longer alive. Thinking of her mother, who died tragically after being murdered, Shen Tang's eyes held a hidden glint of steel. The second wife was so angry that she trembled with rage, but she was unable to refute Shen Tang's words. Jiangshi didn't love Shen Han and even tried to strangle her, but she doted on Shen Tang, holding her in her arms and not allowing anyone else to touch her, not even the wet nurse. She fed her herself until she passed away. The old lady was deeply moved and said, "Your mother loved you the most when she was alive, so you should listen to her." The second wife said, "But you should have said something beforehand, instead of making decisions on your own." Shen Tang scoffed, "I didn't see anyone discuss this matter of me being forced to marry in someone else's place with me." The second wife's face looked as if she had been slapped several times after being refuted by a single sentence. Shen Tang didn't want to say more. She said to the old lady, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back now." Shen Tang wanted to bow, but as soon as she bent her knees, she gasped in pain. Even the old lady couldn't stand it anymore and ordered Hongxiu, "Quickly help the second young lady back." Shen Tang swayed precariously, and with the help of Hongxiu and Yinxing, she went out the door and then out of the courtyard. But as she was going down the steps, she tripped and fell forward. Girl. Chapter 9. Let go. Shen Tang was carried back to Qingyi Garden. When she woke up, it was already evening. Shen Tang's fainting was fake, but she had lost a lot of blood due to her injuries and had been kneeling for a long time, so she was so tired that she was practically unconscious. As soon as she woke up, before she could ask, Yinxing rattled off what had happened after she fainted. "Now I finally understand why you went to Songha Hall even though you knew it was the second madam who wanted you there. The second wife is sure to get a severe scolding from the old lady this time." Yinxing's delicate face was full of schadenfreude and glee. Shen Tang's fainting outside Songha Hall undoubtedly put the old lady in a precarious position. No one outside the manor knew about the grievances Shen Tang had suffered these past 2 days, but everyone inside the manor was aware of them. Fearing widowhood, Shen Han drugged herself and framed her. The second wife, concerned for Shen Han's reputation, did not defend Shen Tang at all, and allowed Shen Tang to be forced by Consort Yi to marry the Prince of Jingyang for good luck. They had been bullied terribly, yet they were afraid of affecting their sisterly relationship. They risked their lives to refuse the marriage, and before the Marquis could punish them, they went to the ancestral hall to receive their punishment themselves. The Prince of Jingyang woke up, proving that she was not wrong. She was injured and urgently needed to see a doctor, but the old lady, anxious to know why she was so certain that the Prince of Jingyang would wake up, disregarded her health and summoned her for questioning, causing her to faint outside Songha Hall. Of course, it wasn't the old lady who asked Shen Tang to go, but the second wife. But when Shen Tang spoke, the old lady did not deny it, nor did the second wife admit it. Now that she has fainted, it is no use denying it anymore. The person was summoned by her old lady. The consequences were naturally borne by the old lady. Once the news of Shen Tang's fainting spread, everyone in the mansion sided with Shen Tang, feeling that the old lady was too biased towards the eldest daughter and that she was not just heartless towards the second daughter, Shen Tang, but vicious. Even Shen Sui was furious, saying, "Such a big matter, I will not ignore it. Tanger is injured, can't mother ask me? Do you have to call Tanger to your side and ask her face to face?" Shen Sui had always treated the old lady with utmost respect and had never uttered a harsh word to her before. This was the first time he had ever spoken to her so harshly. The second wife bullied Shen Tang under the guise of the old lady, causing the old lady to be scolded by her own son. How could the old lady not be angry and reprimand the second wife? He probably felt like skinning the second wife alive. Shen Tang didn't think that the old lady's scolding was unjust. The second wife dared to boss her around as the eldest daughter of the main branch under the old lady's name, which was only because the old lady indulged her. Only when her father got angry would the old lady restrain the second wife, and only then would the second wife not dare to act on her own. The old lady's favoritism was too much, which damaged her prestige. In the future, she will not and dare not be too biased. At least she will treat her well on the surface. Just then, a young maidservant entered and stood outside the beaded curtain, announcing, "Miss, Granny Wang has arrived. Please invite Aunt Wang in." The maidservant withdrew, and soon after, Mama Wang entered. When Wang Mama came in, Shen Tang forced a smile onto her pale face. "Wang Mama, is there anything grandmother needs?" Madame Wang said. The second miss fainted outside Songha Hall. The old madam is heartbroken. The second miss has not woken up for a long time, and the old madam is worried, so she sent me to check on her. Shen Tang said weakly, "It is truly unfilial of me to have caused my grandmother worry." Madame Wang said, "The old lady knows that the second young lady has been wronged, and she feels sorry for her, so she specially ordered me to bring some things for the second young lady." Madame Wang glanced back, and the two maids following behind her stepped forward. Two maids were carrying trays. The tray held a brocade box, which clearly contained jewelry. If someone has been wronged, they should definitely be comforted. The maid put down the tray and Wang Mama said, "Second miss, please rest well. This servant will go back now." Shen Tang said, "Inching, see Wang Mama out." Inching saw Wang Mama out and quickly returned, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer, asking mysteriously, "Miss, guess what happened to the eldest young lady?" Shen Tang said casually, regretting not arranging a marriage of convenience for the Prince of Jingong. Inching covered her mouth and laughed. "The young lady has caught a cold and has developed a high fever." Shen Tang was stunned. How could Shen Han have caught a cold? It wasn't cold that day, and Shen Han hadn't even left the house. Even if it was cold, the cold wind wouldn't reach her. This hadn't happened in her previous life. Inching said, "I heard from the maids in the courtyard that the eldest young lady soaked in the well water for half an hour last night." Shen Tang. He's the type who's willing to suffer. Shen Tang guessed that it was because she hadn't let Inching send the wedding dress back yesterday that Shen Han was worried that she wouldn't marry, so she had to make herself really sick. The person who needed to have a wedding to bring good luck recovered, but the person who gave the wedding to bring good luck fell ill. That's really ridiculous. Shen Tang forced herself not to laugh out loud. The mistress and servant laughed for a while. Inching went to see what the old lady had given Shen Tang. When she opened the brocade box, Inching exclaimed in surprise, the old lady would actually give this set of jewelry to the young lady. No wonder Ginkgo was surprised. Shen Tang was also surprised when she saw it. The brocade box contained the old lady's favorite set of jewelry, which Shen Han had coveted for a long time. Despite the second wife's repeated encouragement, the old lady had not been willing to give it to her. Of course, in her previous life, this set of jewelry ended up in Shen Han's hands. Shen Han schemed to marry her off to the Prince of Jingong. After the Prince of Jingong woke up, she regretted it and felt wronged, thinking that she had stolen her ideal husband. She even tried to kill herself. The old lady comforted her and gave her this set of jewelry. On the day Siak Gimo accompanied her back to her parents' home, Shen Han wore this set of jewelry. Unexpectedly, in this life, the old lady used this set of jewelry to comfort her. Sure enough, inciting the father to anger had an extraordinary effect. In addition to this set of jewelry, there is also a pair of mutton fat jade bracelets and 2 white jade hairpins. But even the most exquisite jewelry could not make up for the grievances Shen Tang suffered. Shen Tang only glanced at it before telling Ginkgo to take it away and put it away. Inching felt that she should not only put it away, but also put it away so that Inching could not find it. The eldest daughter had expressed her desire for this set of jewelry several times, but the old lady had not been willing to give it to her. Now that she had given it to the young lady, the eldest daughter would definitely try every means to take it away. As Ginkgo sorted through her jewelry, she asked, "Does the young lady know what people inside and outside the manor are saying about you?" Shen Tang didn't care what others were saying about her, but seeing Inching's sullen expression, she still asked, "What are they saying about me?" Inching said, "People outside the manor say that the young lady values sisterhood, but the servants inside say that the young lady is foolish." The eldest young lady treated the young lady so well, and the young lady knew that she would not be a widow if she married the Prince of Jing'ong, yet she still rejected such a good marriage. Shen Tang knew that her refusal to marry him would seem foolish, utterly foolish, to others. But she had already married stigma once, a path filled with thorns and torment. She knew that she might marry someone even worse than stigma in the future, but she really didn't have the courage to walk that path a second time. Besides, she and stigma were simply not suited to be together, whether it was their personalities or their bodies. Their one and only time they consummated their marriage almost cost him his life. Thinking back to that time, some of the children. A subtle, persistent pain flashed through Shen Tang's heart, spreading from her core to her limbs, which she desperately pressed down. How can two people who can't even perform the proper marital rituals be considered to be married? Forcing them together will only cause pain. She has more important things to do than getting married. Wouldn't it be better to let go of herself and him? Regardless of whether stigma truly has feelings for her as Shen Han claims, if she doesn't marry him in this life, they are destined never to cross paths again. However, Shen Tang still couldn't understand why, out of so many young ladies from prominent families in the capital, Shen Han was only of average standing in terms of family background, appearance, and talent. There were countless young ladies from prominent families who were better than her. So why did she catch the eye of the Prince of Jingyang's mansion and prompt the old prince of the Prince of Jingyang's mansion to personally come to propose marriage? They have terrible taste. Very well, now there's another reason not to marry him. Shen Tang had many thoughts in her mind, but she didn't say a word. Yin Xing, on the other hand, was wondering if she had someone she liked. Could that glass lamp, whose origins are unknown, have been a gift from the girl's sweetheart? Thinking of this, Ginkgo became a little anxious. The glass lamp had been sent for repair, and she had asked Seer to go to the street to pick it up, but why hadn't he returned yet? Just as she was getting worried, she heard Seer's hurried footsteps and heard her beckoning from outside the beaded curtain. Yinxing walked over and saw that Seer wasn't carrying anything. She said, "Where's your stuff? Why did you come back empty-handed?" Seer exclaimed anxiously, "The glass lamp is gone." Ginkgo froze, then her voice suddenly rose, "Gone? How could it be gone?" Shen Tang was about to get out of bed when she heard Yin Xing's anxious voice. She asked, "What happened?" Seer cautiously stepped forward and said, "Miss, that glass lamp was broken so badly that the old shop assistant at the jade shop tried many methods, but couldn't fix it. The new shop assistant thought it was something unwanted and threw it away." Seer's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. Everyone in the entire Qingyi garden knew that the second miss valued that glass lamp. The second daughter was the most generous to the eldest daughter, except for that glass lamp. No matter how much the eldest daughter wanted it, the second daughter was reluctant to give it to her. Later, the eldest daughter accidentally broke the glass lamp, and the second daughter cried in anger. She still couldn't bear to throw it away and spent a lot of money to go out of the mansion to find a jade craftsman to repair it. However, it was badly broken, and the joints would break after a while. It's been repaired and patched so many times that it's reached the point where it can't be repaired anymore. Now that it's been thrown away by the jade shop assistant, I wonder how heartbroken and angry the second young lady will be. The second young lady is gentle by nature, but when she gets serious, she can be quite frightening. Today, she even stabbed herself with a hairpin so decisively and resolutely. Shen Tang sat on the bed. She had already forgotten about the glass lamp, but her silence was the most frightening thing. Ginkgo was almost crying with fright. "Miss, please speak to me. Don't scare me." Shen Tang shook her head. "I'm fine. Are you really okay?" She was the young lady's personal maid, and no one knew better than her how much the young lady valued that lamp. Still worried, Ginkgo cautiously probed. The glass lamp is gone, and not even a single shard can be found. "Are you really not angry, young lady?" A masked man and a promise of growing old together flashed through Shen Tang's mind. She gave a self-deprecating laugh. "There's nothing to be angry about with a lamp that should have been thrown away long ago." Chapter 10. Taking things seriously. Shen Tang's arm wound wasn't large, but it was deep and hadn't been bandaged in time, causing a lot of bleeding. The doctor said it would take 10 days to half a month to fully recover. Shen Tang rested in bed for 2 days, and on the morning of the 3rd day, she went out. The bruises on her knees from kneeling had mostly subsided, and Shen Tang thought the remaining bruises wouldn't affect her walking anymore. However, after walking for a while, her knees started to ache slightly. Yinxing had no idea that her young lady was so stubborn. Mrs. Injury hasn't fully healed yet. If you go to pay your respects to the old lady a few days later, the old lady won't blame you. Shen Tang didn't want to pay her respects to the old lady, but she had to go to the Jiang family today. It's unreasonable that someone so injured that they can't even perform their morning and evening greetings to the old lady can still go out. Shen Tang insisted on going to Singha Hall, and Yinxing couldn't stop her, so she could only accompany her. The old lady was touched that Shen Tang, despite being so badly injured, still came to pay her respects. Her face softened with kindness. The doctor told you to rest, so why did you come to grandmother's? Shen Tang shook her head slightly, the small agate beads hanging from her ears curving slightly. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. I'm sorry to have worried grandmother. Her wedding dress sleeves were soaked with blood, and she fainted before even leaving Singha Hall. Could it be a minor injury? A delicate young woman would feel pain for half a day even with a small cut on her hand, let alone being stabbed with such a hairpin. The old lady said, "It's enough that your grandmother knows you are filial. You should still take care of your health." Just as Shen Tang was about to nod, a tinkling sound of jade pendants came from behind. Shen Tang looked towards the screen and saw a graceful young woman walk in. It was Shen Ran, the 3rd daughter of the 2nd wife. She was wearing a light green embroidered begonia dress, with fair skin and shallow dimples when she smiled. Shen Tang's gaze lingered on Shen Ran's face for a moment longer. Shen Ran's appearance was nothing like the 2nd madam's, and her eyebrows and eyes were even less like the 2nd master's. The 2nd madam doted on Shen Han, but was very strict with Shen Ran, even harsh. The 2nd madam only gave birth to 1 child back then, and she transferred her own daughter to the eldest son's house instead of keeping her 2nd brother by her side. So, where did Shen Ran come from? The 2 sisters, Shen Tang and Shen Han, do not look alike. Because the midwife delivered 2 placentas, no one suspected anything was wrong. More importantly, Shen Tang looks very much like Jiang Shi, while Shen Han looks like the old lady. How similar are they? To put it simply, none of the old lady's own daughters resembled Shen Han as much as she did. The old lady doted on Shen Han not only because she felt sorry for Shen Han, who was almost strangled to death by Jiang Shi at birth, but also because Shen Han looked like her. Who wouldn't like a granddaughter who looks like her in every way? Walking behind Shen Ran was the 4th daughter, Shen Luo. She was the daughter of the 3rd wife and was half a year younger than Shen Tang. She would not be of marriageable age for another month. Besides the 4 young ladies, the Pingyuan Marquis mansion also has a 5th young lady, who is quite a bit younger than them. She is only 8 years old this year, and has gone with the 4th mistress to celebrate her maternal grandfather's birthday. She is not currently in the mansion. In the Pingyuan Marquis mansion, only the eldest and 2nd branches are legitimate children, while the 3rd and 4th branches are illegitimate children. Shen Ran and Shen Luo bowed to the old lady and said, "Grandmother, we just went to see my eldest sister. Her typhoid fever is very severe this time. She has only been sick for 2 days, but she has already lost a lot of weight. It breaks my heart to see her like this." You must be heartbroken to see her like this. The well water in early spring has extraordinary power. Seeing the pity on the old lady's face, Shen Tang felt displeased. In the past, Shen Tang would tolerate being unhappy, but now she can't tolerate it at all and won't tolerate it. Shen Tang said with a face full of self-blame, "It's all my fault for not handling things well. I promised to discuss it with my elder sister, and she would send the wedding dress to me directly. I was afraid that she would not believe what my mother said in the dream, and that the divination slip at Daja Temple would come true. She might not listen to my advice and would misunderstand me. I thought it would be the same if I refused to marry, so I didn't go to my elder sister again. If I hadn't forgotten this matter, my elder sister wouldn't have had to make herself sick by soaking in well water in order not to bring bad luck to the Prince of Jingyang. Shen Tang's clear voice echoed in the room. The old lady's face paled with pain, then stiffened, and finally turned ashen. Shen Tang's words sounded nice, but Shen Han claimed that she made herself sick because she was afraid that the Prince of Jingyang would be too afraid to get into the bridal sedan chair. In reality, everyone knew what Shen Han was afraid of. She had pretended to be poisoned, but Shen Tang accidentally exposed her. The old lady thought Shen Han had learned her lesson, but she never expected that this was how she caught a cold. The second wife walked to the screen and overheard what Shen Tang said. She was so angry that she wished she could sew Shen Tang's mouth shut. If she didn't speak, no one would think she was mute. The second wife entered and was immediately met with a cold glare from the old lady. After Shen Han developed typhoid fever, the old lady inquired about it. The second wife said it was due to the maid's negligence that she forgot to close the window at night, allowing Shen Han to be exposed to the cold wind, which caused the cold to enter her body. The second wife looked at Shen Tang, a hint of coldness in her eyes. How come I didn't know that the eldest young lady caught a chill like this? This was asking her to change her tune. Shen Tang wasn't the type to back down just because her second wife threatened her. She blinked and asked seriously, "It's all over the mansion, doesn't second aunt know?" Shen Tang looked at the maids in the room. "Haven't you all heard?" The maids all lowered their heads. "I've definitely heard about it, but who would dare to say it out loud?" No one spoke, and the old lady's face grew even uglier. It was obvious that everyone had heard about it, but they were afraid of upsetting her and dared not let her know. The Marquis of Pingyuan's household actually raised such a deceitful daughter. Thinking that Shen Han was brought to her courtyard on the day she was born, and that she was practically raised by her, the old lady's face became even more unpleasant. The second wife wanted to speak up for Shen Han, but didn't know where to begin. In the end, she could only point the finger at the Jokhang Temple, saying, "It's all because of that bad fortune slip from the Jokhang Temple." If it hadn't said that she would bring misfortune to her husband, the eldest daughter would never have ended up like this. These past 2 days, I've been thinking about it, and I feel more and more that something is wrong. Even without a wedding to bring good luck, the Prince of Jingyang's heir was able to escape danger in the end. A wedding should have added to the joy, so things should have only gotten better. But the eldest daughter drew such an unlucky fortune slip. Someone must have done something malicious. To be honest, Shen Tang had the same suspicion. However, she suspected the second wife, but now that the second wife is saying these words, it's as if she didn't do it herself. But besides the second wife, who else would help Shen Han? Shen Tang couldn't think of a second person. The second wife protected Shen Han to the end, and no one responded, so the matter ended there. Shen Tang just couldn't bear to see the old lady doting on Shen Han, so she subtly made things difficult for Shen Han, as she was in a hurry to go to the Jiang family. Just as she was about to get up, a maid rushed in, shouting, "Madam, something terrible has happened. The Prince of Jingyang's mansion wants to cancel the engagement with the eldest daughter." Chapter 11. Break off engagement. Shen Tang had already lifted her buttocks, but upon hearing this, she quickly put them back down. Even if you're in a hurry to get to the Jiang family, you still have to join in the fun. The old lady's face was grim, while the second wife, who had just sat down, stood up in shock and scolded, "Who spread these rumors? How dare they spread them so loudly in front of the old lady? Who would dare spread such a big story? Doesn't the second madam have any sense of propriety?" The maid shook her head and said weakly, "It's not a rumor." As soon as the Marquis returned to the manor, he had stewardly count the betrothal gifts sent by the Prince of Jingyang's manor and send them back to the Prince of Jingyang's manor. The betrothal gifts have all been tallied. The engagement is now off. The second wife grew anxious. Does the Marquis agree to the Jingyang prince's mansion annulling the engagement? The old lady fiddled with her prayer beads rapidly, then said, "Go and invite the Marquis." Knowing that the old lady was anxious, the maidservant did not delay and quickly went to invite Shen Sui. Shen Sui arrived quickly. He was already on his way to Songha Hall. As soon as he entered the room, the old lady asked in a trembling voice, "Does the Jingyang prince's mansion really intend to annul the engagement?" Shen Sui didn't speak, but his answer was written all over his face. He looked very unwell. How could a father be happy when his daughter's engagement was broken off? The old lady's fingertips, which were gripping the prayer beads, turned white. "The Prince of Jingyang's mansion wants to annul the engagement. How could you agree to it without even discussing it with me? If the Prince of Jingyang's family wants to annul the engagement, can the father stop them?" She made the bridal sedan chair from the Prince of Jingyang's residence return empty. The old lady should have expected this day. Shen Tang was mentally prepared, even looking forward to it, but when she actually heard it now, she felt a little empty inside. Once the engagement is called off, she and Xia Guimo will truly have no further connection whatsoever. The old lady scolded Shen Sui for agreeing to annul the engagement, but Shen Sui laughed angrily. "There are no secrets in the world. If the Prince of Jingyang's mansion wanted to annul the engagement and I didn't readily agree, would I be willing to break ties with the Prince of Jingyang?" Given all the scheming Shen Han did to avoid a marriage of convenience, how could he possibly have the audacity to refuse to annul the engagement? He should have been ashamed not even bringing it up. Shen Sui's words left the old lady speechless. Prince Jingyang personally visited to arrange a marriage to bring good fortune to his son, and the Marquis of Pingyuan's family agreed. However, many unexpected troubles ensued. In the end, Prince Jingyang's family held a grand wedding banquet to entertain guests, but when the bridal sedan chair arrived, it failed to bring back the heir apparent of Prince Jingyang's family, making Prince Jingyang's family a laughingstock. Fortunately, the heir apparent of Prince Jingyang woke up without needing the marriage to bring good fortune. Otherwise, it would have been much more than just a simple matter of breaking off the engagement. When the Prince of Jingyang needed this marriage, the daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan refused to marry him. Now that they no longer need it, how can they not back out? There are so many young ladies from prominent families in the capital, many of whom are more outstanding than Shen Han. Is it really worth it for the Prince of Jingyang to put all his eggs in one basket? As the heir apparent of the Prince of Jingyang, it would be easy for him to marry someone like Shen Han, but for Shen Han to marry someone from a family like Xia Guimo would be as difficult as climbing to heaven. Otherwise, the old lady wouldn't have reacted so strongly to the annulment of the engagement. However, in her previous life, Shen Han eventually married the second prince and became Empress. Back then, Shen Han and the second prince were drugged and forced into a fait accompli. According to Shen Han, Xia Guimo pushed her to the second prince. In this life, such a thing should not happen again. Shen Sui came to see the old lady to retrieve something. The engagement jade pendant between Honor and the Prince of Jingyang was kept by Mother, wasn't it? He came to collect the engagement jade pendant. The betrothal gifts were returned, and naturally, the engagement tokens should also be returned. It's in Honor's hands. The old lady looked at Wang Mama, exhausted, and said, "Go and get it." Since Shen Sui has already agreed to annul the engagement, there's no point in her objecting. As Shen Sui said, it's better to cancel the engagement decisively to save face. It would be ugly if things really turned ugly. Even the emperor might not be able to stop the Prince of Jingyang from doing what he wants, let alone the Marquis of Pingyuan's family. It's just a pity about this good marriage. If... The old lady glanced at Shen Tang, her regret deepening. Shen Tang valued sisterly affection too much. If she had even the slightest selfish motive, she would have gotten into the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang prince's mansion. Although the old lady doted on Shen Han more, Shen Han was still more important to her than the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion. Looking at Shen Tang, the second madam knew what the old madam was thinking. She had a lot of anger bottled up inside, but because of Shen Sui, she didn't dare to say anything. If it weren't for Shen Tang's cup of tea, the Jingyang prince's mansion wouldn't have known that Shen Han was unwilling to marry for good luck, and the engagement wouldn't have been called off. He's really a menace. Fortunately, Shen Tang didn't get into the bridal sedan chair. The second wife preferred to annul the engagement rather than let Shen Tang have the opportunity. But after being rejected by the Prince of Jingyang's mansion, would Shen Han still be able to marry into a good family? The more the second madam thought about it, the more she disliked Shen Tang, and she almost ground her teeth to powder. After waiting for a while, the maid who went to fetch the engagement token returned, and she stammered. The old lady was in a bad mood and becoming increasingly impatient. "Where's the jade pendant?" The maid whispered, "The jade pendant is broken, it's broken." She opened her palm. A fine piece of mutton fat jade pendant was broken in two. The old lady's already unpleasant expression immediately turned even more unpleasant. She knew that Shen Han was unwilling to break off the engagement, but she was also the one who was unwilling to have the marriage arranged to bring good luck. What she did was despicable. Even breaking off an engagement was done in such an undignified way. Did she have any semblance of a proper lady? The old lady was utterly disappointed in Shen Han. As for Shen Tang, the old lady only felt sorry for her, but did not blame Shen Tang for what she did wrong. Firstly, Shen Tang did it under the pretense of Jiang Shi's dream. Secondly, the old lady knew Shen Han's personality. If Shen Tang was to marry to bring good luck, and the Prince of Jingyang really woke up, Shen Han would definitely harbor resentment towards Shen Tang, and the sisters would inevitably develop a rift, which would cause endless trouble. Even if the engagement jade pendant is broken, it must be returned. Prince Jingyang wouldn't care about a broken jade pendant. However, having raised such a daughter, Shen Sui really has no face to see Prince Jingyang again. After Shen Sui left, Shen Tang also left. She went to the front yard and asked Stewardly to arrange a carriage. Stewardly found it strange. He knew that the doctor had said Shen Tang needed to rest. Why did the second young lady have something to do that made her leave the manor today? However, Stewardly didn't ask any more questions. He was busy at the moment. The betrothal gifts from the Prince of Jingyang's mansion were quite numerous, and they were mixed together with the dowry prepared by the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion, making it difficult to count them. He figured that Shen Tang's departure from the mansion must have been approved by the Marquis and the old lady, so he made arrangements. After boarding the carriage, Shen Tang headed straight for the Jiang family's residence. Chapter 12. Cousin. The Pingyuan Marquis' residence was not far from the Jiang family's residence. The carriage was delayed for a quarter of an hour in the bustling street, but arrived in half an hour. Despite the short distance, Shen Tang could only visit the Jiang family once a year. Therefore, when the gatekeeper of the Jiang family saw the carriage of the Marquis of Pingyuan, his first reaction was that he was seeing things, and then he suspected that it was just passing by. It wasn't until the carriage actually stopped in front of the Jiang family's gate and Shen Tang's face appeared that the gatekeeper became excited and shouted into the gate, "Quick, quick, go and tell the old lady that Miss Shen Tang has arrived." Hearing such an urgent cry, Shen Tang's eyes welled up with tears. Even the servants of the Jiang family knew how much her maternal grandparents missed her. Because the eldest brother was lost while shopping for lanterns with his uncle and cousin, the old lady blamed the Jiang family for their poor care and harbored resentment. The mother was so grief-stricken by the loss of her eldest brother that she went into labor and bled, almost losing her unborn child. No one believed that the mother had given birth to twins, and they all thought that the mother had gone mad from excessive grief. After the mother passed away, the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion and the Jiang family almost completely cut off all contact. Normally, the old lady wouldn't let her come to the Jiang family, only allowing it when her maternal grandparents celebrated their birthdays. Last year, her maternal grandfather held a grand birthday banquet, and she was fine the day before, but she suddenly had a stomachache when she woke up that morning, so naturally she couldn't come to the Jiang family. The old lady wouldn't openly invite her to the Jiang family, but secretly obstruct her. The second wife is narrow-minded and vindictive. She must have caused trouble for the Jiang family. In order to find her second brother, who was switched at birth, and to avenge him, the mother wanted to strangle Shen Han, who was the second wife's biological daughter. How could the second wife not resent her mother and not seek revenge on the Jiang family? Shen Tang could barely visit the Jiang family once a year, but Shen Han hadn't stepped into the Jiang family for 15 years. She probably didn't even know which way the Jiang family's main gate faced. But the Jiang family treated her and Shen Han equally. Whatever she had, Shen Han also had. Shen Han never visits the Jiang family, but she never refuses anything the Jiang family sends her. No one believed her mother had given birth to twins, not even the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion or the Jiang family. The more persistent her mother was, the more guilty the Jiang family felt. As Shen Tang stepped down from the carriage, she entered the Jiang family home. Everyone in the Jiang family was incredulous when they saw her. After all, the person who doesn't even come to old Master Zhang's birthday celebrations, who doesn't attend holidays or festivals, no, who just 2 days ago stabbed himself with a gold hairpin to refuse to marry the Prince of Jingong, is now at the Jiang family home instead of staying at home to recover. It's no wonder people are wondering why he's here. Shen Tang visited the Jiang family so infrequently that she was unfamiliar with the area and had to rely on her maid to guide her. The maid led Shen Tang through the second gate and headed towards the green cypress courtyard where old Madame Jiang lived. Halfway there, Shen Tang saw 2 pretty figures walking quickly toward her. They were Zhang's 2 cousins. Shen Tang was quite familiar with them. Although she rarely came to the Jiang family, she attended many banquets, big and small, held by prominent families in the capital. She and her cousins from the Jiang family could meet and exchange a few words at other people's homes. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Jiang Ning, the second young lady of the Jiang family, said with delight, "The maidservant told me that my cousin had arrived." I couldn't believe it, but she really has. Shen Tang asked, "How is grandmother?" Jiang Ning said, "Grandmother was heartbroken for 2 days when she heard that you injured yourself in order not to get on the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang prince's mansion. She was so happy when she heard that you were coming that tears welled up in her eyes." Shen Tang knew that her maternal grandmother doted on her. Whenever she came, her grandmother would always hold her in her arms and not let go for a long time. Shen Tang said, "I'll go and pay my respects to my maternal grandmother right away." Shen Tang was about to walk towards Cuibai courtyard when Jiang Ning grabbed her sleeve and said, "Cousin, you'll have to wait a while before you can go." Shen Tang looked at Jiang Ning and asked, "Have you had guests at the manor?" Jiang Ning covered her mouth and laughed. "I'm afraid it won't be long before eldest sister gets married." Jiang Li's face flushed red, and she made a move to hit Jiang Ning. The 2 sisters were playing around, and seeing Jiang Li's shy appearance, Shen Tang felt as if she were shrouded in dark clouds, making it hard for her to breathe. Shen Tang asked, "Is the person who came to propose marriage Lady Yongning?" Jiang Ning nodded. "The Lady of Yongning has come to ask for the hand in marriage between the eldest sister and the 3rd young masterly." As she spoke, Jiang Ning felt something was off. My cousin didn't seem to know that guests had come to the manor, so how did she guess that it was Lady Yongning? Shen Tang clenched her fists under her sleeves and said, "I have to go see my maternal grandmother." She turned and left. Why did she insist on coming to the Jiang family despite her injuries? "I'm here for my cousin Jiang Li's marriage." In her past life, she married Xia Guimo to bring him good luck. Xia Guimo woke up that very night, which caused quite a stir in the capital. Everyone said that marrying someone to bring good luck was effective, and it also gave many families with sick members who couldn't be cured the idea of marrying someone to bring them good luck. The Yongning Marquis' mansion is one of them. The heir of the Yongning Marquis is suffering from lung disease and is bedridden. He has not yet married or been engaged. Shen Han and the heir of the Jingyang prince, who were engaged half a year ago, are both unwilling to marry for fear of becoming widows, let alone knowing that the heir of the Yongning Marquis is ill. The Yongning Marquis' family couldn't even manage a desperate attempt to save their son's life, as no one was willing to marry him. Desperate for her son's health, the Yongning Marquis' wife resorted to deception and marriage fraud. She used the pretext of arranging a marriage for the 3rd young masterly, the 2nd son of the legitimate wife, to propose marriage. The heir of the Yongning Marquis was sure to die young. In her previous life, He died of illness in less than 2 months, so the title would naturally fall to the third young masterly. How could the Jiang family possibly disagree when the wife of the Yongning Marquis came to propose marriage for the third young masterly? They happily agreed. But on her wedding day, she discovered that the heir of the Yongning Marquis and the third young masterly were getting married on the same day. Jiang Li, who was supposed to marry the third young masterly, was sent to the Yongning Marquis's new house, while the girl who was supposed to marry the Yongning Marquis married the third young masterly. The Yongning Marquis's mansion said that the servants made a mistake in the rush and came to apologize, but the die was cast and they could only accept the misunderstanding. But this mistake ruined Jiang Li's entire life. The heir of the Yongning Marquis died of illness less than a month after their marriage. Jiang Li became a widow before she could consummate her marriage with the heir. Later, the Jiang family suffered misfortune, with some falling ill and others dying. She ended her life with a white silk ribbon. In her past life, Shen Tang always felt guilty, believing that she had harmed Jiang Li by arranging a marriage of convenience for Xia Guimo. She thought that in this life, she would not get married, and this situation would not happen. But she was still worried, and since she wanted to see her maternal grandparents, she still came to the Jiang family. Unexpectedly, regardless of whether she was supposed to bring good fortune to Xia Guimo, Lady Yongning would still have designs on Jiang Li. Lady Yongning herself had a daughter. She put her hand to her conscience and asked herself, would she really be willing to let her daughter marry a man who was nearing his end in a marriage to bring him good fortune? Lady Yongning wanted to bring good luck to her son through a marriage ceremony, but she was afraid that the ceremony would work and dared not let just anyone take her place as the wife of the heir of the Yongning Marquis's mansion. So she chose the Jiang family, which was upright and had no powerful backers in the court. With a surge of anger rising in her heart, Shen Tang quickened her pace, and Yin Xing had to jog to keep up. Jiang Li and Jiang Ning exchanged a glance, wondering why Shen Tang was in such a hurry to see old Madame Jiang, and quickly followed after her. Chapter 13. Guilty. Shen Tang walked straight to the green cypress courtyard without letting the maid announce her arrival, and went straight into the house. Passing by the double-sided embroidered screen depicting flowers, birds, mountains, and water, Shen Tang saw old Madame Jiang sitting on a daybed, her hair neatly combed, but her temples already white with frost. At this moment, Madame Jiang and Lady Yongning were having a very pleasant conversation. Old Master Jiang held the official position of imperial censor, and the Jiang family was known for its scholarly traditions. They were not the type to easily assume the worst of others. Lady Yongning was also adept at social maneuvering and was incredibly shrewd. Who could have known that beneath her smiling facade, she had dug such a bottomless pit for the Jiang family? Shen Tang walked over, and the maid saw her and said, "Miss." Hearing the maid's call, old Madame Jiang noticed that Shen Tang had entered. She was startled at first, and then her eyes filled with tears. Shen Tang's appearance was so similar to that of Madame Jiang that at first glance, old Madame Jiang almost mistook her for her own daughter. Shen Tang stepped forward, curtsied to Madame Jiang, and called out with a choked voice, "Grandmother." Madame Jiang, disregarding the presence of the Marquis of Yongning, repeatedly beckoned, "Come here quickly, let your maternal grandmother take a good look." Shen Tang stepped forward, and old Madame Jiang held Shen Tang's hand tightly, saying, "Weren't you injured? Why didn't you stay at home to recuperate? Why did you come to the Jiang family?" Shen Tang's nose tingled with sadness as she said, "I'm here today on behalf of my mother to pay my respects to you and my maternal grandfather." The heir of the Prince of Jing'an was unconscious, but Shen Tang stood in front of the bridal sedan chair, insisting that he would wake up without needing a wedding to ward off bad luck, even risking her own life. This matter spread like wildfire as the bridal sedan chair of the Prince of Jing'an was carried back empty, and everyone knew about it. After the Prince of Jing'an woke up, everyone became even more curious. Shen Tang had fainted, and Consort Yi had even summoned the second madam to the palace for questioning. It was also rumored that Shen Tang refused the marriage because her deceased mother had appeared to her in a dream and instructed her to do so. Because of this incident, incense, candles, and paper money have sold out in Kyoto for the past 2 days, with demand exceeding supply. They are all used to worship ancestors and seek their blessings. Thinking of her deceased daughter, old Madame Jiang wept uncontrollably. It is the Jiang family that has wronged your father and your mother. Shen Tang shook her head. Mother never blamed the Jiang family. She told you and your maternal grandfather to take care of yourselves, and also told you to protect your cousin and not let her be schemed against by those heartless and rotten people. The first part sounds normal, but the last part is incomprehensible. Jiang Li looked at Shen Tang, and Madame Jiang's heart jumped, while the reaction of the Lady of Yongning was even greater. She was proposing marriage to old Madame Jiang, asking for her son to marry Miss Jiang, when the second daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion arrived. In front of her, an outsider, the grandmother and granddaughter were crying and sobbing, which was really embarrassing. She served tea to lower her presence, but as soon as she picked up the tea, she heard the word scheming. Her heart skipped a beat and she panicked. She looked up at Shen Tang and met Shen Tang's eyes. A chill ran through Shen Tang's eyes, startling her so much that she dropped her teacup. Lady Yongning knocked over a teacup, and the room erupted in chaos. The maidservant quickly helped her wipe the tea off her clothes, but Lady Yongning could no longer stay and hurriedly said, "I'll take my leave now." Before Madame Jiang could speak, Lady Yongning got up and left quickly. They walked very fast and hurriedly, as if they would be chased out with a broom if they slowed down. Although Madame Jiang was eager to know why she was protecting her daughter, she couldn't leave without seeing off the Lady of Yongning as she was a guest. Madame Jiang found the Lady of Yongning's panic and Shen Tang's gaze towards her somewhat puzzling. Lady Yongning left in a flustered manner. Old Madame Jiang withdrew her gaze and looked at Shen Tang. "Lady Yongning, what's going on?" Shen Tang said indignantly, "She's feeling guilty." "Feeling guilty?" Madame Jiang was startled. Could it be that the one plotting against Lear is Lady Yongning? Even now, Madame Jiang still didn't think the worst of people. Shen Tang said, "The heir of the Yongning Marquis is suffering from a terrible disease, and his illness is terminal. He will not live much longer. Once he passes away, the position of heir will belong to young Master Li. The wife of the Yongning Marquis is now in the mood to propose marriage to her second son, who is not in a hurry to be married. Doesn't grandmother find this strange? That's really strange." Although everyone felt that the Yongning Marquis' heir's illness was almost certainly hopeless and that the position of heir was in Li San Xiaoye's grasp, the Yongning Marquis' heir was still alive, and Li San Xiaoye was not yet the heir of the Yongning Marquis' mansion. The scale of a wedding banquet for a young master of the Earl's mansion is still one level lower than that for the heir apparent. Furthermore, young Master Li is still quite young. It wouldn't be too late to discuss marriage after he becomes the heir apparent. It's indeed a bit too hasty. However, it's understandable for a mother to want her son to get married and have grandchildren as soon as possible. Considering Lady Yongning's panic just now, she probably really had a scheme in mind. A suspicion flashed through Madame Jiang's mind, making her face turn ugly. She looked at Shen Tang, who suppressed her anger and said, "The Yongning Marquis' mansion is up to no good," using the pretense of the second son to arrange a marriage for their terminally ill heir to bring good luck. Mrs. Jiang gasped. Madame Jiang was so angry that her lips trembled. Jiang Li's face turned deathly pale. If Lady Yongning hadn't fled on the spot, they might have suspected that Shen Tang had misunderstood. But before Shen Tang could say anything, Lady Yongning ran away feeling guilty. This is outrageous. Just moments ago, Madame Jiang was overjoyed. Now she was furious. This angered old Madame Jiang, causing her to cough violently. Shen Tang quickly raised her hand to pat her back to help her catch her breath. "Grandmother, don't get upset and harm your health." How could old Madame Jiang not be angry? If Shen Tang hadn't come in time, she would have agreed to the marriage. Fearing that old Madame Jiang would upset her, Shen Tang changed the subject, saying, "I have some good news to tell my grandmother." Madame Jiang looked at Shen Tang, who said, "In my dream, My mother told me that my eldest brother was still alive and in the capital. She told my maternal grandfather and uncle not to send people to look for him. Since the eldest brother went missing, the Pingyuan Marquis mansion and the Jiang family have been sending people to search for him for many years, but after more than a decade, they have not found any news. Many people believed that the eldest brother had been murdered long ago, and even the father had given up hope. The uncle never gave up and even wanted to leave the capital to find the eldest brother and resign from his official post, but the father stopped him. Father knew that his eldest brother's disappearance was not intentional on the part of the Jiang family. The Jiang family doted on mother, and his two uncles especially doted on their eldest brother, their own nephew. If they had a choice, the uncles would rather have lost their cousin and brought back their eldest brother. Shen Tang had already told her father, Shen Sui, about her elder brother's whereabouts in Kyoto, but the more people searching, the more effort they would have. Rather than wasting the Jiang family's manpower and resources searching all over the Great Qi, it would be better to concentrate their efforts on searching in Kyoto. Grandma Jiang grasped Shen Tang's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. Your eldest brother is really in the capital? You didn't lie to your grandmother. Shen Tang shook her head. Once we find my older brother, you'll know I wasn't lying to you. Chapter 14. Suicide. The Jiang family and the Pingyuan Marquis mansion had been searching for Shen Yan, the missing heir of the Pingyuan Marquis, for more than 10 years without any news. Now, however, they were told that he was in the capital, not far from them. Old Madame Jiang could not believe it, and she dared not disbelieve it. Shen Tang said that the Prince of Jing'an would wake up without needing a marriage ceremony to ward off bad luck, and indeed he woke up very quickly. Considering what had just happened, they had no choice but to believe him. Old Madame Jiang was so happy she couldn't speak. If she couldn't find her grandson, she wouldn't be able to die in peace. Thinking of how Madame Jiang appeared to Shen Tang in a dream, and how she could not rest in peace even after more than 10 years of death, old Madame Jiang felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Holding Shen Tang's hand, she asked, "Did your mother have any other instructions?" Shen Tang was about to speak when he nodded and said, "The imperial examination is approaching. Mother said that my two cousins will definitely be on the list, but they must avoid going to places with water before the examination. In their past life, before the imperial examinations, the eldest and second cousins went boating on a lake at the invitation of their classmates to relax from the stress of preparing for the exams. However, an accident occurred on the boat, and the second cousin fell into the water. The eldest cousin jumped in to save him, and they almost drowned together. Although both cousins survived, the eldest cousin injured his arm and could not even write properly, while the second cousin caught a cold and went to the exam hall while ill, and almost did not survive due to a high fever. My two older cousins were both academically brilliant, and my maternal grandfather and uncle had high hopes for them. However, they both failed their exams because of a trip to the lake. The second cousin blamed himself for falling into the water, causing his eldest cousin to be injured while saving him, and affecting the imperial examinations. Seeing those who were not as good at studying as his eldest cousin passing the exams and becoming successful, he felt depressed and tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He rode his horse home drunk and fell to his death on the way. In her previous life, Shen Tang never doubted her second cousin's death. Shen Han said that her second cousin died at their hands, and she was afraid that her second cousin's drowning and falling off his horse were not accidents. God gave her a second chance at life. She will not repeat the mistakes of her past life, nor will she let her cousin be harmed by them again. The Jiang family valued the imperial examinations highly, and she specifically instructed that not only should her two cousins not be allowed to go boating on the lake, but they probably wouldn't even be allowed to get close to the lotus pond in the manor. Shen Tang left the manor without permission and was still injured, so it was inconvenient for her to stay at the Jiang family's residence any longer. She said, "Grandmother, I'll go back now." Old Madame Jiang said reluctantly, "You've come all this way. Can't you have lunch with your grandmother before going back? Once I leave, I don't know when we'll meet again." Shen Tang knew that her grandmother was reluctant to part with her, so she said, "I will come to pay my respects to you often in the future. If I come too often, grandmother, you must not find me annoying." Old Madame Jiang was amused by Shen Tang's worried expression that she would be disliked, and her sadness disappeared. "Grandma only hopes that you can live in the Jiang family, so that she can feel at ease watching you every day. How could I find you annoying?" Shen Tang naturally knew this, and leaned affectionately against her grandmother's arm. After seeing off the Lady of Yongning, Madame Jiang hurried in, not to discuss the Yongning Marquis's plot against her daughter, Jiangli. Madame Jiang entered and said, "Madam, rumors are circulating outside that the Jingyang prince's mansion has broken off the engagement with our cousin." Although Jiang ignored Shen Han during her lifetime, claiming she wasn't her daughter and even threatening to strangle her, and Shen Han never visited the Jiang family, the Jiang family still treated her well. Upon hearing that Shen Han's engagement had been called off, old Madame Jiang's expression changed. The marriage between the Prince of Jingyang and Honor was arranged by the old Prince Xie and the old Marquis. Although the attempt to ward off bad luck failed, the Prince of Jingyang has already woken up. How could the engagement be called off? Madame Jiang did not believe it. Shen Tang said, "The annulment of the engagement is true." Madame Jiang asked, "Your grandmother also agrees?" Grandmother disagreed, but her word didn't count. Furthermore, after all that trouble she's caused, if the Jingyang prince's mansion doesn't annul the engagement, she'll be furious. Shen Tang wanted to tell old Madame Jiang that Shen Han was not Zhang's biological daughter, but she held back. Her mother disliked Shen Han before she died, saying that she was the only granddaughter in the Jiang family. Her maternal grandmother knew this, but she still doted on Shen Han. She hadn't found any evidence yet. Her maternal grandmother had already lost contact with the Pingyuan Marquis family because of her eldest brother. If the Jiang family continued to favor her and didn't treat Shen Han as their own granddaughter, old Madame Jiang would be even more angry with the Jiang family. Why should she say it and make things difficult for her grandmother? Anyway, with her grandmother around, no one will be allowed to bully the Jiang family or take advantage of them in the slightest. Shen Tang didn't take Shen Han's annulment of the engagement seriously, and old Madame Jiang also knew that this was beyond her control. Apart from feeling sorry for Shen Han being annulled, there was nothing else she could do. After offering a few words of comfort to Madame Jiang, Shen Tang curtsied and took her leave, with Jiang Li and Jiang Ning seeing her off at the gate. As she left, Jiang Ning said reluctantly, "My cousin said she would come to visit Grandma often in the future." She wasn't lying to Grandma, was she? It turns out that no one believed her at all. Shen Tang shook her head and chuckled. Jiang Ning pouted and said, "I knew my cousin was just trying to make Grandma happy." Shen Tang shrugged and said, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, so I can only prove it with my actions." Jiang Ning nodded repeatedly. The servant brought the carriage over, and Shen Tang got into it before heading home. Inside the carriage, Shen Tang sat leaning against the carriage, gently rubbing her knees. Yin Xing was a little worried. Miss came to the Jiang family without permission. "Won't you be punished when you go back?" "Won't." His tone was resolute. She followed her father out of Songha Hall and then left the mansion. Her grandmother must have assumed that her father had given his permission. She had been called to Songha Hall despite her serious injuries that day, and now that she had at least rested for 2 days, her father had agreed to let her leave the mansion. Her grandmother dared not blame her father and would not even mention it. And her father had just told her grandmother that he would no longer blame her for letting her leave the mansion. Even if she is eventually exposed, she can still use her mother as a cover. Her father has that jade pendant hanging on his waist. Even if he doesn't agree with what she said in her dream about her mother, he will definitely not stop her from showing some filial piety to her mother in the afterlife. Furthermore, since the Jingyang prince's mansion had broken off the engagement, her grandmother and father were both in a bad mood, so they had no interest in such a trivial matter as her leaving the mansion. Shen Tang was fearless. The carriage returned to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence without any problems. Yinxing helped Shen Tang down, but as soon as they entered the residence, they received news that Shen Han, unable to bear the humiliation of being annulled, had attempted suicide by hanging but failed. Heaven knows how much effort Shen Tang put into suppressing the urge to roll her eyes to the heavens. It's really useless. Even when someone attempts suicide by hanging, they can still be stopped. Of course, Shen Tang knew that Shen Han was not really trying to kill herself. How can someone who doesn't even want to be a widow be willing to die? It was nothing more than using underhanded tactics to pressure her father and try to save the marriage. Shen Han was the one who refused to marry him no matter what, and now she's the one threatening suicide to avoid breaking off the engagement. She's truly shameless to the extreme. However, Shen Tang was happy for Shen Han to cause trouble. There was definitely no room for negotiation on the marriage. The more trouble she caused, the more annoyed and disappointed her grandmother would become. Shen Tang lifted her foot and walked towards Qingyi Garden. Ginkgo said, "Don't you want to go see the eldest young lady?" Shen Tang asked, "What should I do there?" "Help her with the stool." Ginkgo. Chapter 15. Slide. Shen Tang passed by Qinglan Garden and went back to her own courtyard without looking back. Yinxing followed Shen Tang into Qingyi Garden before she dared to believe that her young lady really wasn't going to see the eldest young lady. The girl's temper this time was beyond her expectations. It seems that she was really heartbroken by the eldest girl, otherwise she wouldn't have been so indifferent when she heard that the eldest girl wanted to commit suicide. Shen Tang's knee injury hadn't fully healed, and she had walked a lot today. She just wanted to sit down and rest, so she went straight back to her room. There, Zhang's mother walked over, supporting her back. When she saw her, Shen Tang was momentarily dazed, and her eyes turned cold. Shen Tang didn't speak, but Yinxing said, "Mother Zhang's back injury hasn't healed yet. Why isn't she resting in the room?" Mother Jiang, supporting her back, said, "I can't lie down anymore. My back was only injured a few days ago, and that maid Duku is already betraying us. I won't feel at ease if I don't come back and keep an eye on things. Duku is a traitor. Hasn't she betrayed her mother, Jiang, enough?" Zhang's mother sprained her back on the day she accompanied Shen Han to the Jokhang Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. Since Shen Han was getting married to bring good luck, Zhang's mother did not go to the Jingyang prince's mansion. Instead, she went there the next morning after the Jingyang prince's heir woke up. As soon as she arrived, she asked her if she and the Jingyang prince's heir had consummated their marriage. When she heard that they had not, she breathed a sigh of relief and encouraged her and Xia Guimo to suggest that they go back to the mansion and have Shen Han come instead. She had mentioned this matter when Xia Guimo woke up, but Xia Guimo did not agree and even scolded her with a dark face. She had already spent the night at the Jingyang prince's mansion, yet he still encouraged her to do such a thing. He really did not care about her reputation at all. Switching back to Shen Han wouldn't work. Zhang's mother was always by her side, sowing discord and making her disliked. Tomorrow, she would urge her to send things to Shen Han and beg for her forgiveness. At that time, she thought that Madame Jiang was thinking of her wholeheartedly and believed her words without a doubt. Later, Madame Jiang offended Xia Guimo and was dragged out and beaten to death by his men. She still protected her with her life. Xia Guimo spared Madame Jiang's life, but did not allow her to stay in the Jingyang prince's mansion. So she sent Madame Jiang to the estate to live a life of luxury. When she died, she was still living a life of luxury on the estate. Thinking about her past foolishness, Shen Tang felt a lump in her throat. When Madame Jiang passed away, she arranged for people to take care of Shen Tang. However, after Madame Jiang died, the people she had arranged to be by Shen Tang's side disappeared one by one. They were beaten to death or sold off. Gradually, they were all replaced by the second Madame's people. When Mama Jiang came to Shen Tang's side, Shen Tang had just turned 7 years old. Mama Jiang taught her to be tolerant of Shen Han in everything and to give Shen Han the best things. If it weren't for Xia Guimo and Mama Jiang's interference in her past life, Shen Tang would have been trapped by her for who knows how long. Seeing that Madame Jiang was holding her waist, Shen Tang concealed the cold glint in her eyes and said, I have Yinxing by my side, and there are a bunch of maids in the courtyard. Madame Jiang, just focus on recovering. Help Madame Jiang back to rest. After Shen Tang finished speaking, she stepped into the house, but Jiang's mother didn't leave and followed her in. Shen Tang sat down, and Mama Jiang stepped forward and said, "Miss, you are the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion. It's not right that you only have one head maid, Yinxing, by your side. Bilio is a good maid. She can be promoted." To receive a compliment from Madame Jiang, it seems Bilio must have given her quite a few favors. She needs clever maids, but she doesn't need maids who are too clever and don't side with her. If you lose one treacherous buddy and then give in another, what difference does it make? Shen Tang picked up her teacup and smiled. Bai Lu is indeed good, but she's not quite ready to be promoted to head maid. I'll wait for my second aunt to arrange it for me. The people she arranges are always exceptionally thoughtful. After Shen Tang brought up the second madam, Jiang Mama stopped insisting on promoting Bilio. What if the second madam already had a plan? Wouldn't she be ruining the second madam's scheme? Even if she had a few more lives, she wouldn't dare to displease the second madam. Madame Jiang didn't leave, and Shen Tang ignored her, continuing to drink her tea. Madame Jiang asked, "Has the young lady gone to see the eldest young lady?" Shen Tang's eyes flickered, and she said in a low voice, "I wanted to go, but I didn't dare to." Mother Jiang asked, puzzled, "What's there to be afraid of?" Shen Tang's face was full of sorrow as she said with a sigh, "I never expected the Jingyang prince's mansion to break off the engagement. If I had known that even if my elder sister didn't believe it, she would have told her about mother's dream. Now it's too late to regret it." Madame Jiang said, "The eldest daughter was in love with the prince of Jingyang. Now that the engagement has been broken off, she can't bear the blow and has even contemplated suicide. The young lady and she are twin sisters, so please comfort her, and she will be able to think more positively." Shen Tang said, "I would like to, but I'm afraid I'm clumsy with words and might say something wrong that would make my elder sister even more irrational. Mother Jiang is good at coaxing people, so why don't you go and comfort my elder sister instead? I will thank you properly when I get back." Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang was tempted. She said, "I heard that the old lady gave the set of jewelry that the eldest daughter had her eye on to her. Why don't I take it with me? It will make the eldest daughter feel better when she sees it." She was always thinking about getting things into Shen Han's hands. Yinxing was about to object, but Shen Tang stopped her with a look. Shen Tang said, "How can a set of jewelry be compared to the position of the crown princess of Jingyang Prince's mansion? My elder sister is angry right now. If Jiang Mama takes it, she won't misunderstand that I am humiliating her. I will give her anything she likes. It won't make a difference if I give it to her in a few days." Madame Jiang thought about it and agreed. Not to mention that a set of jewelry couldn't compare to the position of the crown princess of Jingyang. Even 10 or 100 sets couldn't compare. Who could have imagined that the crown prince of Jingyang would turn the tide? When the Jingyang prince's mansion came to propose marriage, countless young ladies in the capital envied the eldest daughter. Now that the engagement has been broken off, who knows how they'll laugh at her behind her back. No wonder the eldest daughter wanted to commit suicide. Madame Jiang said, "This servant will help the second young lady comfort the eldest young lady." Shen Tang said, "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Jiang." After Madame Jiang withdrew, Ginkgo pouted and said, "The young lady suffered such a great injustice, and that's why I gave her that set of jewelry. Madame Jiang actually wants the young lady to send the jewelry to appease the eldest young lady. Aren't you angry, young lady?" Shen Tang smiled and said, "Don't be angry yet, do me a favor." Ginkgo gazed at Shen Tang. Shen Tang gestured for Yinxing to come closer and whispered a few instructions. Yinxing's eyes widened in surprise. After Yinxing left, Shen Tang continued to serve tea. 15 minutes later, Yinxing returned with a smile, indicating that things had been handled well. Chapter 16. Pleasing. Early in the morning, Shen Tang woke up from a deep sleep and sat on the bed to stretch. Yinxing brought a copper basin into the room to help Shen Tang get up. After washing up, the maid brought breakfast. Shen Tang had a good appetite and ate a bowl of stomach-soothing millet porridge and a meat bun. After finishing breakfast, Shen Tang went out. Yinxing thought she was going to see Shen Han this time, but Shen Tang just walked straight out of the courtyard gate. Even the maids in Qinglong Garden turned their heads when they saw her. However, the maids didn't say anything. The eldest young lady bribed the second young lady's maid to frame the second young lady. If the second young lady wasn't angry, she could be compared to a bodhisattva in a temple. Upon arriving at Songha Hall, Shen Tang gave Yinxing a wink, and Yinxing left, entering the courtyard alone. Yesterday, when Shen Tang paid her respects to the old lady, Shen Ran and Shen Luo were not there. Today, they were all there, chatting and laughing with the old lady. The second and third wives were also there. When Shen Tang entered, the second wife's eyes turned cold instantly, but she quickly recovered. Shen Tang stepped forward and curtsied to the old lady. Before the old lady could speak, the second madam spoke first. The doctor instructed that the second young lady should rest quietly. Did the second young lady have something to do yesterday that made her rush to leave the manor? The second wife was in charge of managing the household affairs, and nothing, big or small, could be kept from her. Shen Tang didn't believe that the second madam didn't know that she had gone to the Jiang family yesterday. The old lady was unaware that Shen Tang had left the manor yesterday. Looking at Shen Tang said, "I went to the Jiang family yesterday." The old lady frowned slightly. There's no need to rush to the Jiang family. The Jiang family is, after all, Shen Tang's maternal grandparents' family, so the old lady can't make it too obvious that she doesn't want to go. Shen Tang said, "In my dream, my mother asked me to pay my respects to my maternal grandparents on her behalf. I didn't dare to delay, and since my arm was not seriously injured, I quickly took care of it." The old lady guessed it was also related to Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang was always filial, but unfortunately she was not blessed with good fortune. If Yenner hadn't been lost, she wouldn't have gone mad with grief and passed away so early. The old lady didn't say anything, but the second wife stirred things up. Eldest sister-in-law dotes on the second young lady and cares about the Jiang family, but she doesn't love Honor at all. If it were Honor who appeared in the dream, the marriage between our Pingyuan Marquis' mansion and Jingyang Prince's mansion wouldn't be called off. I've seen people sow discord among the living, but I've never seen anyone pick a fight with a deceased person. Shen Tang wouldn't indulge her. They say that what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. My elder sister never thinks about Mother, so even if Mother wanted to visit her in a dream, she probably couldn't. If Mother really appeared in my eldest sister's dream and told her to marry the Prince of Jingong, would second aunt advise my eldest sister to listen to Mother, or would she suspect that Mother wanted to harm my eldest sister even after she died? The voice was clear and sharp, but carried an aggressive tone. The second wife was speechless when questioned, barely managing to bite her teeth off. When did the second young lady become so eloquent? I really underestimated her before. Shen Tang sat down and turned to look for Yinxing. A maidservant saw her and asked, "Second miss, is there anything you need?" Shen Luo said, "Second sister came to pay her respects to grandmother. Why didn't she bring any maids?" Shen Tang said, "I brought a maid with me, but when we got to the courtyard gate, we found that the gold hairpin was missing. Yinxing went back to help me look for it." The second wife took a sip of tea and said, "We need to find the gold hairpin, but we don't have a maidservant with us." If guests see this, they might think that even the eldest daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion doesn't have enough maidservants to serve her. Shen Tang immediately looked at the old lady and said, "I have enough maids in my courtyard, but Dukkha died, so there is a vacancy for the head maid. The second-class maids each have their own strengths and weaknesses, and none of them are quite right for promotion. I originally wanted my second aunt to choose one for me, but I think this maid is pleasing to the eye. Could you ask grandmother to give her to me?" Shen Tang wanted the maid who had spoken earlier. She wouldn't give the second wife another chance to put people around her. She would ask the old lady for someone trustworthy to help her manage those disloyal maids in the courtyard, and the second wife wouldn't dare to say anything. The old lady was surprised that Shen Tang would ask her for maids. The second madam stopped her, saying, Xiao Tong is someone the old lady is used to. Don't covet the old lady's people. Your second aunt will arrange a few more clever and capable maids for you later. If the second wife won't allow it, then she should take this maid. Shen Tang stared at the old lady expectantly, looking like she didn't dare to speak again. The old lady had never seen Shen Tang show such an expression to her before, and immediately laughed. A maid, grandmother won't be reluctant to part with her. Xiao Tong, you will follow the second miss from now on. Xiao Tong responded. Shen Tang said happily, thank you, grandmother. Looking at Shen Tang's bright eyes, the second wife suddenly felt a sense of loss of control. She must be overthinking it. Even if the old lady gave her a maid, it was still Jiang Mama who made the decisions in Qingyi Garden. Xiao Tong wouldn't dare to openly oppose her or speak ill of her to the old lady. Thinking this way, the second wife felt relieved, but at this moment Ginkgo came in. Yinxing came in with her face covered and tears in her eyes. Shen Tang immediately stood up when she saw her. She pulled down Yinxing's hand covering her face, and a clear handprint was visible on it. Shen Tang said angrily, who hit me? Yinxing cried, it was Jiang Mama who hit me. When I was looking for the gold hairpin, a maid told me that she saw Jiang Mama pick up a gold hairpin on the path yesterday. She wondered if it was the one Miss lost, so I went to ask Jiang Mama. Madame Jiang denied it, and demanded that I reveal which maidservant saw her pick it up, threatening to tear that maidservant's mouth apart. I was afraid of implicating that maidservant, so I didn't dare speak. In her anger, Madame Jiang slapped me. Before Yinxing could finish speaking, Jiang Mama came in and said, I knew this little slut would come to complain about me to you, Mississippi. I didn't find your gold hairpin. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to search my room. Zhang's mother stood up straight, and anyone who saw her would believe that she hadn't picked up the gold hairpin. She was open and honest, and not afraid of being searched. Shen Tang looked at Yinxing, who said aggrievely, this servant didn't suspect Mama Jiang. It really was that little maid who said she saw Mama Jiang pick it up. The time she mentioned matched yesterday when Mama Jiang helped the young lady persuade the eldest young lady, so this servant didn't suspect anything and went to Mama Jiang to ask for the gold hairpin. Madame Jiang said, then please send someone to investigate and clear my name. Shen Tang frowned, turned to Xiao Tong and said, take some men and search the place. Xiao Tong was stunned. Although the old lady had already given her to the second young lady, she hadn't even entered Qingyi Garden yet. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to lead people to search Jiang Mama's room? But the second young lady had already spoken, and she couldn't disobey. Xiao Tong curtsied and then went to attend to the matter. Shen Tang sat down, and Yinxing stood behind her, covering her face. Zhang's mother had a strong grip, leaving not only 5 finger marks, but also swelling. Zhang's mother also stood to the side, her face calm, yet filled with anger at being wrongly accused. Xiao Tong was the old lady's person, and she was efficient. In the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea, Xiao Tong returned. Wang Mama asked, did you find the gold hairpin? Xiao Tong shook her head. This servant led people to search Jiang Mama's room several times, but we couldn't find the gold hairpin. Madame Jiang immediately knelt down and said, Yinxing believed a mere maid and suspected me of embezzling the second young lady's gold hairpin. Please, madam, do justice for me. Madame Wang looked at Xiao Tong. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Xiao Tong said, this servant did not find a gold hairpin in Madame Zhang's room, but we did find a pawn ticket. Mrs. Jiang, kneeling on the ground, froze and blurted out, pawn ticket? How could I possibly have a pawn ticket in my house? She threw the pawn ticket away as soon as she left the pawn shop. Xiao Tong took out the pawn ticket, a crumpled pawn ticket that made Zhang's mother turn pale and feel a sense of panic. Madame Wang took the pawn ticket, glanced at it, and her face darkened. She reported to the old lady, the pawn ticket shows a gold hairpin, which is the very one that the second young lady lost. Madame Jiang cried out, someone deliberately put the pawn ticket in my room. I'm innocent. She didn't release the tickets, but no one is accusing her of doing so. Zhang's mother was cautious and dared not keep the gold hairpin she found. So yesterday, as soon as she found the hairpin, she dragged her sprained back to the street, pawned the hairpin, got 20 taels of silver, bought a lot of things, and even saw a doctor. When Madame Jiang left the mansion, Ginkgo did not follow, but she found a servant in the front yard to keep an eye on her. Shen Tang knew exactly where Madame Jiang went and what she bought. The moment Madame Jiang threw the ticket away, the servant picked it up. Shen Tang looked at the pawn ticket and Wang Mama handed it to her. Shen Tang glanced at the pawn ticket and said, "A maid saw you pick up a gold hairpin, and there just happens to be a pawn ticket for pawning a gold hairpin in your room. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Are you going to confess yourself, or should I send someone to the pawn shop with the pawn ticket to ask?" Zhang's mother was pale and did not speak. The evidence is so overwhelming that there's no way to argue back. Shen Tang angrily threw the pawn ticket on the ground. "I've treated you well. If you need money, you can tell me. I won't be stingy. You've served me for 10 years. You can't possibly not recognize that it's the gold hairpin I always wear. You just pawned it like that. If it ends up in the hands of some girl, that's fine. But if, well, I can't say I'm having an affair." Shen Tang's eyes turned red with anger, and she turned her face away. The head maid was already guilty of a serious offense for taking her mistress's things, and when Shen Tang said this, the old lady's face turned very ugly. She instructed Wang Mama, "Take the pawn ticket and redeem the gold hairpin." "This is a death sentence," said Wang's mother. "I'll give my life to atone for it." "There's nothing that can't be redeemed. It just costs more money." Wang's mother quickly sent someone to handle the matter. Knowing that the old lady was angry, Zhang's mother begged for forgiveness. This servant was momentarily bewitched. This servant knows her mistake. The old lady said, "Drag him away, give him 40 strokes of the cane, and then sell him." Zhang's mother's face drained of color, and she begged for mercy repeatedly. She was dragged out by the two old women, still saying, "Second madam, save me." The second wife wanted to save her, but how could she save someone who found her master's things, didn't hand them over, and secretly left the mansion to sell them? Zhang's mother was dragged out, and soon the sound of a cane being struck could be heard. Along with that came Zhang's mother's hysterical screams, "Second miss, you tricked me. It was your scheme." Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. Shen Tang sat in the chair, her face icy cold. It was indeed her scheme against Zhang's mother, the steward who had served her for 10 years. Without solid evidence, she couldn't be dealt with. She had Yinqing leave the gold hairpin on the path leading to Qinglan Garden with Jiang Mama, but she didn't stop Jiang Mama from handing it over to her, nor did she allow her to leave the mansion to pawn the hairpin for money. Did she think that by pawning the hairpin and throwing away the pawn ticket, she could get away with it without anyone noticing? Being sold today is entirely her own fault. Chapter 17. Bias. The sound of wooden boards being used outside the courtyard was incessant. The second wife sat there, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. But his face remained expressionless, even with a hint of a smile. "Second aunt really misjudged you. I never expected that Mother Jiang would do such a thing, causing second miss to suffer." Shen Tang said, "It's just that with Jiang Mama gone, my courtyard is missing a head housekeeper." Seeing Shen Tang looking at the old lady, the second madam assumed that she was going to ask the old lady for a head maid again, so she immediately interrupted her. "Second miss just asked the old lady for Chiao Tong. So you can't make any more moves on the people in the old lady's courtyard. My maid Lu is quite good. I'll have her go to your Qingyi garden to serve you in a while. They really won't give up until they get someone to stay by her side." "Will Shen Tang let the second wife get her way?" Shen Tang said, "My second aunt helps manage the household affairs. She's busy with everything, and the people around her are all capable and indispensable. My second aunt doesn't even let me ask my grandmother for help, so I dare not cause any trouble for my second aunt in managing the household." As she spoke, Shen Tang looked at the old lady and said, "I remember that Jiang Mama went to take care of me after Zhou Mama left. Back then, Zhou Mama made a mistake and grandmother punished her by sending her to the estate. 10 years have passed now, and I don't know if she's still alive. I want to find Zhou Mama. Zhou's mother was Jiang's confidant and was responsible for taking care of Shen Tang before Jiang passed away. When Shen Tang was 5 years old, Shen Han wanted the 9 linked rings, but Shen Tang refused to give them up. The two struggled in the garden. Zhou Mama was supporting Shen Tang and didn't pay attention to supporting Shen Han. Shen Han grabbed the 9 linked rings and sat down on the ground, twisting her arm. The old lady was heartbroken. The wet nurse who served Shen Han was afraid of being held responsible, so she complained that Zhou Mama had pried open Shen Tang's hand and deliberately made Shen Han fall. During her lifetime, Madame Jiang was indifferent to and even hostile towards Shen Han. Zhou Mama was Madame Jiang's confidant, so she naturally didn't care about Shen Han as much as she did about Shen Tang. The second wife felt that keeping such a person by Shen Tang's side would sooner or later instigate discord between Shen Tang and Shen Han. The old lady has always doted on Shen Han and has long been dissatisfied with Zhou Mama's favoritism towards Shen Tang. In the past, she would turn a blind eye to it before anything happened, but now that Shen Han has been injured, how could the old lady tolerate it? The old lady punished Zhou Mama with a cane and wanted to sell her off. At that time, the slave traders were summoned to the mansion. Coincidentally, Shen Sui returned. Shen Sui and Jiang Shi had a deep relationship. Zhou Mama was the most trusted person by Jiang Shi's side. In addition, she was devoted to Shen Tang. So Shen Sui did not allow her to be sold and had someone send Zhou Mama to Jiang Shi's dowry estate. 10 years later, Shen Tang still doesn't know whether Zhou's mother is alive or dead. She feels guilty for letting her mother's daughter be bullied like this. The second wife looked at Shen Tang. She already believed what Jiang Mama had said. Shen Tang had deliberately used the gold hairpin to scheme against her. But knowing this was useless. If Jiang Mama herself wasn't greedy, no matter how big the pit Shen Tang dug, she wouldn't be able to bury her. The second wife said, "Mother Zhou was sent away from the manor for making a mistake back then. How can we bring her back?" Shen Tang wasn't afraid of the second wife's obstruction, because obstruction meant that Zhou Mama was still alive. If Zhou Mama were dead, the second wife wouldn't waste her breath on her. Shen Tang felt relieved, but she couldn't help being angry. Although my elder sister and I were both born to the same mother, Zhou Mama was only responsible for taking care of me. She should have put me first in everything. When my elder sister fell and got injured, the wet nurse who was responsible for taking care of her was also there. My elder sister and I were struggling. Why was Zhou Mama able to support me, but my elder sister's wet nurse couldn't support her? Since the wet nurse saw Zhou Mama pry my hands apart, why didn't she help my elder sister up? Why did she just stand by and watch the show? Even the eldest sister's wet nurse was not punished, but Zhou Mama was sent to the estate for 10 years. Isn't that punishment enough? A barrage of questions came at the second wife, leaving her speechless. The old lady finally realized what had happened. When Shen Han injured her arm, she cried and made a fuss. The old lady was so angry that she didn't think about it carefully. Now, when Shen Tang questioned her, she realized that Shen Han's wet nurse had a big problem. She had seen Zhou Mama pry open Shen Tang's hand with her own eyes. Why didn't she take precautions? If the wet nurse had served her well, how could Shen Han have fallen and injured herself? It is indeed biased to simply blame Zhou's mother for being biased and protecting Shen Tang. With red eyes, Shen Tang said, "This time, my mother appeared in my dream to save me from having any misunderstandings with my eldest sister. For the first time, I truly felt my mother's love for me. When my mother passed away, I was only 2 years old. My father was busy, so I rarely went to the Jiang family. All my memories of my mother came from what Zhou Mama told me. It wasn't because I didn't take good care of Zhou Mama that she was sent away from the manor. I shouldn't have ignored her for 10 years. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to plead for her and bring her back into the manor, even if she didn't manage anything, just to tell me about my mother's life in the inner chambers and in the manor. I didn't expect that before I could even speak, Jiang Mama made a mistake and was expelled from the manor. I am currently in need of a mother to take care of me. I believe that my mother's arrangements are the best. Please allow me to bring Zhou Mama back." Shen Tang got up and knelt down. The old lady didn't expect Shen Tang to kneel down and beg her for a servant. She quickly said, "Get up quickly. Grandmother will grant your request." "Thank you, grandmother." Shen Tang choked up as she stood up, tears glistening in her eyes, a sight that evoked pity. Shen Tang sat back down and stayed for a while before getting up to take her leave, returning to Qingyi Garden with Yinxing and Qiutong. On the way back, Ginkgo covered her face. She was often scolded by Madame Jiang, but this was the first time she had been beaten. The slap made her mouth taste blood. However, when she thought about how Madame Jiang had been beaten 40 times and was sold off with only half her life left, and that she would never be able to act arrogantly in Qingyi Garden again, she felt that the slap was well worth it. The maids in Qingyi Garden had long suffered under the oppression of Madame Jiang. Their monthly wages were always squeezed by Madame Jiang, and the tasks assigned to them were light. Those who were not good at talking had to do more work. When they learned that Madame Jiang would not be coming back, the maids in the courtyard cheered with relief. However, some were unhappy, such as Bilio. She had spent a lot of money to ask Madame Jiang to help her get promoted to head maid, but now that Madame Jiang herself had been sold, all her money had gone down the drain. After returning to the room, Shen Tang applied the ointment to Yinxing. Yinxing said, "Miss, the ointment is precious. I have thick skin and will recover quickly without the ointment." Shen Tang scolded her, "Medicine is for people. If I keep it, do you want me to get beaten up?" Ginkgo. That's not what she meant. She just felt that a lowly maid like herself didn't deserve such good medicine. But she dared not utter a word of rebuttal. She would rather the medicine spoil than let the girl suffer even the slightest injury. Shen Tang helped Yinxing apply medicine. She knew that Jiang Mama would resist and would not easily admit guilt, but she did not expect Jiang Mama to hit her. Yinxing suffered such a great injustice, and Shen Tang was determined to make it up to her. Fortunately, she had a pair of gold bracelets, one for Yinxing and one for Qiutong. Yinxing never expected Shen Tang to reward her with a gold bracelet, and Qiutong was even more surprised. Shen Tang said to Qiutong, "I know you're reluctant to leave your grandmother. Don't worry, you'll stay with me from now on and I won't treat you badly. I also hope that you and Ginkgo can get along as well as sisters." Qiutong knelt down and said, "Now that I have followed you, miss, you are my mistress. I will be loyal to you." She was somewhat reluctant to part with the old lady, but she also knew that it wouldn't be easy for her to become the head maid in Songha Hall. If there was a vacancy, it would be difficult for her to fill it. Once she was by the second young lady's side, she would directly become the head maid. The second young lady had specifically asked the old lady for her, so she wouldn't neglect her duties. But she didn't expect that the second young lady would directly reward her with a gold bracelet, exactly the same as the ginkgo bracelet that had been with her for several years. Chapter 18. Repair. The two maids were overjoyed to receive the gold bracelets. Although Qiutong returned with Shen Tang, her belongings were still at Songha Hall and she hadn't taken them. Shen Tang asked her to take two maids back to help her pack. After Qiutong left, Shen Tang instructed Yinxing, "Have someone keep an eye on which maids in the courtyard like to go to Qinglan Garden and the South Courtyard when they have nothing to do." She had to protect her father and her closest relatives, but first she had to protect herself. She had already experienced the ruthlessness of the second wife's family. She had only just stopped going along with the second wife and Shenhan, and the second wife's eyes were already cold towards her. Who knows when she might use these spies to make a move against her. The first thing she had to do was to break the second wife's control over her and not do anything under the second wife's watchful eye. Aside from Duku and Jiang Mama, the maids in the courtyard were easy to manage. The reason she immediately bestowed a gold bracelet upon Qiutong was because she was afraid that the second madam would try to win Qiutong over and put pressure on her. However, she trusted Qiutong's character. In her previous life, after her grandmother passed away, Qiutong was one of the few maids who remained in Singha Hall, while the other maids had all found good places to go. Shen Tang wasn't worried because Qiutong was loyal to the old lady. Although the old lady doted on Shenhan, she wouldn't do anything to let Shen Tang harm her. This was also why Shen Tang felt at ease asking the old lady for Shen Tang. Shen Tang was drinking tea and eating snacks, pondering what to do next. Just as she was lost in thought, Yinxing's voice came, "Miss, the gold hairpin that was stolen and sold by Mama Jiang has been redeemed." Shen Tang looked up and saw a maid walk in from outside the beaded curtain, carrying a brocade box and a bundle. Yinxing took the brocade box and presented it to Shen Tang for inspection. The brocade box contained the gold hairpin she had used to scheme against Zhang's mother. The gold hairpins were originally a pair. She threw the other one on the ground when she refused the marriage proposal. Shen Tang thought of the gold hairpin, and Yinxing had already asked. The young lady injured herself with the gold hairpin, and it hasn't been returned. The maid who came to deliver the item said, "The guards from the Jingyang prince's mansion picked up that gold hairpin and took it away." Shen Tang. She threw the gold hairpin on the ground, implying that they should take it back to report to Prince Jingyang. But she injured herself in front of so many people. Was it really necessary to actually take back a bloodstained gold hairpin? Shen Tang had nothing to say. The maid picked up the bundle she was carrying and said, "And this bundle was just delivered by someone from the jade shop on the street. They said they accidentally threw away your glass lamp, and the shop spent a whole day and night searching for it. Several master craftsmen then spent 2 days working non-stop to repair it. They even said that once it's fixed, it won't break again." A broken glass lamp, which the girl had finally managed to put down, was found by the jade shop after it had been thrown away. The maid handed over the bundle and Ginkgo had no choice but to take it. When the maidservant brought the gifts, Shen Tang rewarded her with 5 chen of silver, which made the maidservant extremely happy. After the maid left, Shen Tang's gaze fell on the bundle, looking somewhat puzzled. "In my past life, the glass lamp was mistakenly thrown away by the young shop assistant at the jade shop, but it was never found. How could things have gone wrong in this life?" Shen Tang was unaware that when Seer went to retrieve the glass lamp, she was furious to be told that it had been thrown away. She said it was the most precious thing her young lady had ever owned, and that she had sent it to the jade shop for repairs. Yet, the jade shop had made such a mistake. She asked the jade shop if they were planning to close down. The jade shop was in the wrong, and Shen Tang was also strong-willed. She even injured herself to avoid getting into the bridal sedan chair of the prince of Jingyang's mansion. The jade shop dared not provoke such a strong-willed mission. As soon as Seer left, the jade shop carefully collected the fragments of the glass lamp from a pile of broken jade and rubble and repaired it. Yinxing opened the bundle, and Shen Tang saw the repaired glass lamp, which was even more shattered but also more beautiful. Yinxing said, "The jade shop repaired it with gold and silver threads this time, so it definitely won't break. Take it and throw it away." Ginkgo. The girl had previously said she'd just let it go if it was lost, and she thought the girl was just trying to comfort her. Now that it's repaired and returned, the girl is going to throw it away again. Ginkgo was somewhat incredulous. Does the young lady really want to throw it away? Shen Tang said, "It's so broken, taking it out will only make people laugh." As for the rest, Shen Tang had long forgotten about it. The person who gave her this glass lamp had only been seen 3 times in her previous life, and she had never seen him again after marrying Xia Gimo. She met the person who delivered the lantern because of an account book and a key. That person was investigating the case of the Chongping Marquis family, the maternal family of Consort Yi, embezzling disaster relief funds. When she died, the Chongping Marquis not only did not fall from power, but also rose rapidly in rank and was granted the title of Duke. That person should have died long ago. The chance encounter and the flutter of emotions from more than half a year ago had been completely erased during the 4 years of her marriage to Xia Gimo in her previous life. How could a glass lamp possibly stir up any more waves now? Seeing that Shen Tang was really going to throw away the glass lamp, Yinxing was really curious about how her young lady had suddenly changed her mind. She was clearly a very persistent person. Yinxing took the glass lamp out, intending for Seer to throw it away, but after thinking about it, she didn't dare to. If you throw it away, you'll never find it again. What if the girl was just acting on impulse? A lamp doesn't take up much space, so it's better to keep it just in case. As long as you hide it well so the girl doesn't see it, it's no different from throwing it away. Shen Tang was lost in thought for a while. With nothing to do, she picked up a book to pass the time. She had only read half of the book when Seer came from outside the beaded curtain and said happily, "Miss, Zhou Mama has been brought back." Shen Tang looked towards the screen and saw Zhou Mama enter with red eyes. Shen Tang was only 5 years old when Zhou Mama was sent away. Now, 10 years have passed, and Shen Tang no longer has any memory of Zhou Mama, only a feeling of intimacy. Mrs. Zhou stepped forward and knelt down with a thud. Shen Tang quickly put down the book in her hand and helped Mrs. Zhou up. "Mrs. Zhou, please get up." Madame Zhou refused to be helped up, grasped Shen Tang's hand, and choked out, "This servant never thought I would see you again in this lifetime, miss. This servant has failed Madame's trust." Shen Tang said guiltily, "Aunt Zhou has been so devoted to me, and it's only now that I've brought you back." "I'm so sorry." Zhou's mother shook her head repeatedly. When she was sent away, her daughter was only 5 years old and couldn't even protect herself, let alone protect her. Looking at Shen Tang, Zhou's mother smiled through her tears. The girl has grown up, and her appearance is more like Madame's. If Madame knew this in the afterlife, she would surely be very pleased. Shen Tang helped Zhou's mother up, saying, "Zhou's mother has suffered a lot of injustices on the estate over the years." Zhou's mother shook her head. She didn't suffer much hardship, but she was tormented by the thought of the girl for 10 years. She was the most trusted person by Madame Zhang's side. When Madame Jiang was alive, she helped Madame Jiang manage the estate. Later, Madame Jiang was diagnosed with madness and devoted herself to Shen Tang. She took care of all the big and small matters on the estate. Before she was sold, she was beaten 30 times and was barely alive. If Shen Sui hadn't sent her to Zhang's dowry estate, she might not have survived that day. Zhou's mother and Shen Tang were at odds. One was determined to make amends to Zhou's mother in the future, while the other was thinking about being cautious and not giving anyone another excuse to get rid of her from the girl's side. Chapter 19. Invitation. After a few more days of rest, Shen Tang's arm injury was completely healed. On this fine day, after having breakfast, Shen Tang, as usual, took Yinxing to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. Before even entering the house, Shen Tang heard the old lady coughing and seemed unwell. She asked with concern, "Is grandmother all right?" The old lady sighed. "Grandma is old and useless. She just thought about things a little too much last night and ended up having insomnia until the early hours of the morning." Shen Tang asked, "Is something troubling grandmother?" How could the old lady not have worries? Shen Sui's childlessness was a source of great anxiety for her, and now that Shen Han had been jilted by the prince of Jingyang's mansion, the old lady couldn't sleep last night because she was thinking about Shen Han's marriage. However, the old lady wouldn't tell Shen Tang about this. She waved for Shen Tang to sit down, and as soon as Shen Tang's bottom touched the stool, the second and third wives came in, with Shen Ran and Shen Luo following behind. The old lady looked unwell, and the second mistress wanted to call a doctor for her, but the old lady refused, saying that if she wanted to call a doctor, she would have done so long ago, and it was not the second mistress's place to arrange it. Just then, a maid came in and said, "Old lady, the eldest young lady has arrived." Shen Tang looked towards the screen and saw Shen Han walk in. To be honest, Shen Tang had never seen Shen Han so thin before. She looked like a peony ravaged by a storm, a sight that evoked pity. Knowing how Shen Han got her illness, Shen Tang felt no pity whatsoever. But while she didn't feel sorry for her, everyone in the room felt incredibly sorry for her. The old lady always doted on Shen Han. Although she was ashamed of what Shen Han did to resist the marriage for good luck, all her anger dissipated when she saw how thin Shen Han had become. "How did you get so thin?" the old lady said, her heart aching. The second wife said, "Honor hasn't eaten much these past few days. How can she not lose weight?" Shen Han's eyes reddened, and she choked up as she said, it was Honor's fault for being so ignorant and upsetting grandmother. The old lady said, let's not talk about what's past. Getting well is the most important thing. Shen Han nodded obediently, then looked at Shen Tang and said, my second sister hasn't come to see me these past few days. Is she still angry with me? If you already know, why ask? Should we use her grandmother to put pressure on her and forcefully suppress her anger? Shen Tang smiled insincerely and said, how could that be? I wouldn't stoop to my elder sister's level. Shen Han bit her lip and said, I know you won't forgive me easily, but I still want to defend myself. I was indeed afraid of being a widow, so I drugged myself. But I didn't instruct Dooku to frame you. You are my own sister. I wouldn't want to jump into a fire pit myself, so why would I push you to jump into it? The old lady said not to mention the past, but you insist on bringing it up to disgust her. Do you think that because Dooku is dead and there is no way to verify the facts, you can say whatever you want? If Shen Han didn't instigate Dooku, then the fact that Dooku smeared her means that Shen Han, as the mistress, did something wrong that made the maid hate her and treat her that way. There were some things Shen Han had forgotten, and she didn't mind reminding her. Shen Tang smiled faintly, I know my elder sister wouldn't treat me like this. The wedding dress was sent to me by the maid without her consent. Shen Han's guilty expression froze, as if she had been slapped twice by Shen Tang. The old lady frowned deeply. Her two granddaughters were a mess. One of them was stubborn and showed no remorse for her mistake, while the other knew the truth but showed no mercy. Neither of them was easy to deal with. The old lady was a little angry and started coughing. The second wife quickly went over to help the old lady catch her breath and scolded Shen Tang, you all should say less. She scolded the two of them verbally, but her eyes were clearly only directed at her. However, Shen Tang was also very good at infuriating people. She picked up her teacup and drank it directly. She seemed to have listened to what the second madam said, but in reality, she knew that she had ignored what the second madam said. The second wife's face turned green with anger, but she couldn't say anything. After a while, the old lady calmed down and stopped coughing. Shen Tang didn't want to stay any longer and was about to take her leave when a maid came in, holding a large red and gold-embroidered invitation card. She said, Madam, someone from the Prince Shou's mansion has sent an invitation card, inviting several young ladies from the manor to attend the spring banquet at the Prince Shou's mansion in a few days. Upon seeing the invitation, Shen Ran couldn't wait to get up and take it from the maid. She had been waiting for the invitation to the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's residence for a long time, and it finally arrived. Shen Ran and Shen Luo were both very happy, but Shen Han's gaze fell on the invitation, and her face showed no joy whatsoever. She barely managed to hold back her tears. The Prince Shou's spring banquet only invites young ladies from prominent families and young masters from aristocratic families who are not engaged in the capital. Every year after the Prince Shou's spring banquet, several families get engaged. Shen Han attended last year, and no one thought she could attend this year. The embroidery workshop did not prepare a dress for her to wear to the banquet. In her previous life, neither Shen Tang nor Shen Han attended the banquet. Shen Tang couldn't go because she was getting married, while Shen Han was in a bad mood. Even though Shen Tang had fulfilled the marriage agreement for her, she still felt that she was still engaged to the Prince of Jingyang and couldn't go to the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's residence. Whether Shen Han goes or not in this life is none of Shen Tang's business. She will definitely go. The Prince of Shou's mansion invited many young masters from prominent families to its spring banquet. As she guessed, her eldest brother was of noble status and would probably attend as well. Although the chances of finding his older brother are slim, there is no hope if he doesn't go. Nothing is more important than finding my older brother. The second wife couldn't bear to see Shen Han cry, so she said to the old lady, all the mansions in the capital are very enthusiastic about the spring banquet held by the Prince of Shou's mansion. The embroidery workshop has made dresses for them. Why don't we let a few young ladies go out of the mansion to pick out some jewelry? It would also be a good opportunity for Honor to go out of the mansion and relax. The third wife chimed in, second sister-in-law is so thoughtful. Our daughters of the Pingyuan Marquis mansion must not be outdone by others. The second wife made the suggestion, the third wife agreed, and Shen Ran and the others were all eagerly waiting for the old lady to agree. So how could the old lady possibly discourage them? This time, with the Jingyang prince's mansion announcing the engagement, countless people are laughing behind the backs of the Pingyuan Marquis mansion, saying that the cooked duck can still fly away. It's a good opportunity to let those people see what's going on at the Show Prince's mansion's spring banquet. The old lady granted her permission, but cautioned, "It's fine for you sisters to have a few quarrels in the mansion, but once you leave, remember your place and don't let people laugh at the discord among the sisters of the Pingyuan Marquis mansion." Everyone knew these words were directed at Shen Tang and Shen Han. Knowing they wouldn't respond, Shen Ran stood up and said, "We will heed grandmother's teachings." The old lady's gaze fell on Shen Han and Shen Tang, and the two stood up and agreed. The old lady was exhausted, so she raised her arm and Wang Mama helped her into the inner room to rest. Shen Tang and her companions left Songha Hall and headed towards the main gate of the Marquis' residence. When they arrived, the servants had already parked the carriage at the gate. There were two carriages, one luxurious, adorned with tassels and bells hanging from its four corners, clearly indicating the high status of the person inside. The other was much more understated. When they usually went out of the manor, Shen Tang and Shen Han rode in one carriage, while Shen Ran and Shen Luo rode in another. Shen Han acted weak and submissive in front of the old lady, but her attitude changed once she left the mansion. "Third sister, today you will ride in a carriage with me." As she spoke, Shen Tang went straight down the steps, stepped onto the stool, and got into the carriage. Shen Han's face turned green with anger, and she wished she could drag Shen Tang off the carriage. Shen Tang wouldn't care who Shen Han wanted to sit with, but she also wouldn't give up her carriage. She, Shen Han, either slapped the carriage in the face or went to ride in the carriage behind with Shen Ran. After sitting in the carriage for a while without anyone getting on, Shen Tang lifted the curtain and looked at Shen Luo. Eldest sister is going to ride in the same carriage as third sister. Is fourth sister going to squeeze into the same carriage with them too? She felt that a carriage was too crowded for two people, let alone three. Shen Luo quickly boarded the carriage. Chapter 20. Provocative. If looks could kill, Shen Tang would have been torn to pieces by Shen Han the moment she lowered the carriage curtain. Shen Han gritted her teeth and stomped her feet as she boarded the carriage. It was her first time riding in Shen Ran and Shen Luo's carriage. Although it wasn't much smaller than the one she and Shen Tang rode in, she still felt suffocated and couldn't swallow her anger. Shen Ran always flattered Shen Han, and when Shen Han was angry, she didn't dare to even breathe loudly. While Shen Han was furious, Shen Tang leaned against the carriage, but was in a good mood. The carriage rolled forward and stopped in front of Wansui Pavilion a quarter of an hour later. Shen Luo climbed out of the carriage and was about to get off when she saw that the carriage that was supposed to be hers hadn't stopped and had simply driven away. Shen Luo turned around and said, "Second sister, eldest sister, and the others have left." She really is competitive, wanting others to do everything according to her wishes. At the main gate of the Marquis' residence, Shen Tang didn't even indulge Shen Han anymore, let alone outside the residence. Shen Tang said indifferently, "They didn't want to shop at Wansui Pavilion with us, and you still want to join them?" Okay, that seems to be true. They had originally planned to visit Wansui Pavilion first, then Jinbao Pavilion. But when their carriage stopped, the eldest sister walked away immediately, clearly annoyed by the second sister and unwilling to buy jewelry with them. I used to think that my eldest sister was scary when she was angry, but now I realize that my second sister doesn't get angry often. But when she does get angry, even my eldest sister can't handle it. Shen Luo dared not displease Shen Han, nor dared she upset Shen Tang, so she quickly got off the carriage. Shen Tang got off the carriage and entered Wan Chui Pavilion without even turning her head. Shen Luo glanced at her several times, just watching as the carriage carrying Shen Han and the others drove away and disappeared from sight. Upon entering Wansui Pavilion, The young waiter greeted them and, without asking any questions, led Shen Tang and Shen Luo directly to the second floor. The jewelry on the second floor is more exquisite and more expensive than that on the first floor. As she climbed the stairs to the second floor, she saw several young ladies from prominent families selecting jewelry. However, as soon as Shen Tang went up, their attention shifted from the jewelry to her. They were all curious about how she dared to let the bridal sedan chair from the Prince of Jingyang's residence be carried back empty. After all, it was the Prince of Jingyang's residence. Shen Tang ignored the scrutinizing gazes. She had come to Wanchuige to choose jewelry, and she was selecting carefully. Her gaze swept across the tray displaying various styles of hairpins. A peacock hairpin stood out, and Shen Tang reached out to take it, but just as she was about to touch it, another slender hand snatched it away first. "This hairpin is nice, I'll take it." Shen Tang frowned slightly and glanced over to see a girl wearing a shoe brocade dress embroidered with orchids. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes held a hint of provocation. She is Li Ru, the legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis family. A young woman followed behind her. She looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place her. Shen Tang had no prior grudges with the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis family, nor had they had any dealings in their previous lives. The sudden snatching of her hairpin was clearly a way for Shen Tang to vent her anger at the Jiang family that day, which caused the Yongning Marquis' wife to return empty-handed and even flee in disarray. The Yongning Marquis' mansion had designs on the Jiang family and plotted against her cousin. Before she could cause any trouble for the Yongning Marquis' mansion, they had already made things difficult for her. Shen Tang's eyes turned cold, but Miss Li, not content with just snatching the hairpin from Shen Tang, said, "I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence to run into Miss Shen the other day. I wonder if the gold hairpin Miss Shen used to stab herself that day was from Wanshui Pavilion? Did it hurt?" Shen Tang laughed. "Miss Li is so sincerely asking me for advice. Is she planning to prick herself one day? As someone who's been there, I know from experience that this peacock hairpin is excellent. It won't hurt too much when you put it on." Shen Tang's gaze fell on the peacock hairpin that she had snatched from her hand, showing no sign of anger. Miss Li immediately felt that the hairpin in her hand was unlucky. There were not only her and Shen Han on the second floor, but also several other young ladies from prominent families. What Shen Tang said would definitely spread, and if others saw her wearing this hairpin, they might really think that she was going to stab herself. Miss Li gritted her teeth and slammed the hairpin heavily on the table. "I don't want this hairpin anymore." Shen Tang glanced at the hairpin, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Now it's not like you can just not buy it." Miss Li's face was icy cold. "I don't want it anymore. Does Wanshui Pavilion dare to force me to buy or sell?" Shen Tang didn't speak, but the young shop assistant at Wanshui Pavilion twitched his lips and said, "You twisted the hairpin when you hit it." Miss Li glanced at it and saw that one of the peacock feathers on the hairpin was sticking up, and her face immediately turned ugly. "The hairpin isn't broken. It can be bent back into place. But can Wanchuige sell a repaired hairpin to another customer? If it's not on the counter and no one knows, that's fine. But if someone buys it and finds out that the hairpin was twisted by Miss Li, wouldn't they be disgusted and cause trouble for Wanchuige?" Shen Tang smiled and said, "The young lady of the Yongning Marquis' mansion wouldn't break the jade hairpin in Wanshui Pavilion and wouldn't want to buy it, would she?" "You." Miss Li gritted her teeth in anger. "Who said I wasn't going to buy it? I just didn't see it just now." She wouldn't ruin her reputation for a mere few dozen taels of silver. She had been looking for trouble with Shen Tang, but now she was the one who was upset. Miss Li couldn't swallow her anger. Second Miss Shen drugged her elder sister, causing her to be unable to marry the Prince of Jingyang and be rejected by the Prince of Jingyang's mansion. Second Miss Shen still has the mood to go shopping. Doesn't she feel any remorse at all? Shen Tang didn't want to cause trouble, but some people really gave her too much face. Shen Tang smiled and said, "Speaking of guilt, there's something I won't do, or I'll really feel guilty for the rest of my life." When Shen Tang looked up, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She took a few steps closer, startling Miss Li into retreating. Shen Tang whispered in her ear, Go back and tell Marquis Yongning and his wife that if they don't stop their underhanded scheme of using the marriage of young Masterly as a pretext to bring good fortune to the young master and harm other girls, I will report it to the censorate. When it reaches the Emperor's ears, the whole court will know how despicable your Marquis Yongning family is. The girl had been standing behind Miss Li. When she saw Miss Li causing trouble for Shen Tang, her face turned red. She wanted to leave, but couldn't abandon Miss Li, looking as embarrassed as if she wanted to disappear into the ground. Miss Li stepped back, and she followed suit, taking a few steps back as well. Shen Tang's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for her to hear. In fact, Shen Tang was looking her in the eye when she spoke. Shen Tang's few words turned her face from flushed to deathly pale. Needless to say, Miss Li's expression was one of utter dismay. She hadn't expected Shen Tang to dare to openly threaten her, no, to threaten her parents. Shen Tang had already given the Yingning Marquis's mansion face. Otherwise, if her voice had been even slightly louder, it would have spread throughout the entire capital within half an hour. She then remembered who the girl was. She was a daughter of the Zhao family from the Hanlin Academy, a family of noble birth, just like the Jiang family. Shen Tang wasn't sure if the Yongning Marquis's mansion had failed to scheme against the Jiang family and had turned their attention to the Zhao family's daughter, but if a few words could save a girl's life, she wouldn't hesitate to use her words. It has to be said that the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis's mansion and the wife of the Yongning Marquis's mansion are indeed mother and daughter. Even their way of fleeing in panic is exactly the same. Chapter 21. Family Rules. Apart from the Zhao family's daughter, no one knew what Shen Tang and the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis's mansion had said. Seeing the eldest daughter of the Li family flee in a panic, while Shen Tang continued to select jewelry as if nothing had happened, everyone was as curious as if a cat was scratching at their hearts. Shen Luo couldn't help but ask, "What did second sister and Miss Li talk about?" Shen Tang smiled faintly. "I just scared her a couple of times. I've only ever pricked myself. I've never experienced what it feels like to prick someone else. I just asked her if she wanted to try it." Shen Luo. No wonder Miss Li ran away in fright. Second sister was just too terrifying. Shen Luo shivered. Shen Tang picked up the jade hairpin and looked at it, glancing at her and saying, "Aren't you going to choose some jewelry?" Of course they'd choose. They only left the mansion to buy jewelry. The jewelry in Wansui Pavilion was exquisite, and she was overwhelmed by the choices. Unfortunately, she could only choose one piece, and it was too difficult to decide. The shop assistant brought out all the new jewelry from Wansui Pavilion for Shen Tang to choose from. Shen Tang took a fancy to a set of gold-inlaid magnolia flower jewelry and said, "This set is fine." Turning around, Shen Tang saw Shen Luo still hesitating between the peony gold hairpin and the jade hairpin and asked, "Haven't you chosen yet?" Shen Luo glanced around and pointed to the jade hairpin, saying, "Wrap it up." The waiter quickly picked up the jade hairpins, and Shen Tang pointed to the gold hairpin and said, "Pack this up too." He casually picked up another gold bracelet and handed it to the shop assistant, saying, "And this too." Shen Luo was unaware that Shen Tang had already chosen the jewelry. She assumed that Shen Tang had gotten these two pieces for her and didn't think much of it, simply saying, "Shall we go to Jinbeoj?" Shen Tang looked at her. "Are you going to Jinbeoj to buy jewelry again?" Shen Luo shook her head. The third wife was born out of wedlock and couldn't compare to the eldest and second wives. She could only choose one piece of jewelry, and she had already made her choice, so she couldn't buy any more. Shen Tang said, "Since we're not going to buy anything, what's the point of going? Let's take a stroll around the streets, and then go back to the manor." Shen Tang turned and left. Shen Luo's lips twitched. She wondered if her second sister had a bad memory. They went to Jinbeoj not to buy jewelry, but to find their eldest sister and the others. Their grandmother had told them not to quarrel in public, lest people laugh at them for not getting along. Now they weren't quarreling, but they were still shopping separately. If their grandmother found out, she would be even angrier. Shen Luo was worried that she would be scolded if the old lady found out, but Shen Tang didn't take it seriously, so she didn't dare to say anything more. Following Shen Tang out of Wanshui Pavilion, they strolled along half the street, bought some trinkets, but finding nothing of interest, they headed back home. The carriage stopped in front of the Marquis's mansion. Shen Tang lifted the curtain and saw a servant leading the carriage away. It was the same carriage that Shen Han and Shen Ran had been riding in. They had returned to the mansion ahead of time. After getting off the carriage, Shen Tang stepped into the mansion and walked towards the old lady's Sangha Hall. As they walked around the screen and entered the room, they were met with several displeased glances. The second madam's scolding voice lashed out. Before leaving the manor, the old madam repeatedly told you not to be childish. But what did you do? The sisters of the manor split into 2 groups to go shopping. Is this how you treat the old madam's words? Who exactly ignored the old lady's words? Shen Tang wouldn't accept being scolded for something she hadn't done. She said, "Second aunt, your eldest sister is behind you. Why are you yelling at me and fourth sister?" Shen Tang's expression, as if to say, "We haven't done anything wrong," only fueled the second madam's anger. "Do you really think you've done nothing wrong?" Shen Tang straightened her back and said, "When we left the manor, my eldest sister and third sister were going to ride in the carriage together, so I went with my fourth sister. We walked ahead and went directly to Wan Chui Pavilion, which we had arranged to go there beforehand. But my eldest sister and third sister's carriage didn't stop and just left. That's how we separated. I really don't know what I did wrong. Please tell me, Auntie." When the old lady saw that only Shen Han and Shen Ran had returned, she asked a question. Shen Han replied, "My third sister and I went to Jinbaoj. My second and fourth sisters didn't come with us." Anyone who heard this would assume that Shen Tang was deliberately not going shopping with her. Unexpectedly, things turned out this way, and the old lady's eyes showed even more displeasure. However, her displeasure before was directed at Shen Tang, but now it was directed at Shen Han. Shen Han said aggrievedly, "I thought they would follow us." What Shen Tang hated most was Shen Han's act of putting on a wronged expression even though she was clearly in the wrong, as if someone had really wronged her. Shen Tang retorted sharply, "Why would elder sister think we would follow us? You left without saying goodbye. I just assumed you were annoyed to see me." No one can read Shen Han's mind and guess what she's thinking. The second wife said, "There is an order of seniority. Why is your eldest sister sitting in the carriage at the back?" Shen Tang looked at the second madam and said, "Word by word, eldest sister wants to sit with third sister herself. If she doesn't go to the back, do you expect me to go?" Shen Han is the eldest daughter of the legitimate wife, but she is only half a cup of tea older than her. Why should she have to revolve around Shen Han? If Shen Han doesn't want to ride in the same carriage as her, why should she obediently change carriages? There is no logic to this, and it doesn't make sense anywhere. The second wife felt as if her throat was being choked, unable to utter a word. Seeing the old lady's pale face, the second wife quickly said, "It's because second aunt didn't understand and misunderstood." The wicked accuse first, yet they still think they can just let it go with a misunderstanding? Shen Tang is not someone to be trifled with. She won't let them mold her or treat her like this. Shen Tang looked at the old lady. Although my elder sister ignored grandmother's words and even caused second aunt to misunderstand me, grandmother, please don't punish her too harshly. After all, she has just recovered from typhoid fever and will be attending the spring banquet at Prince Shou's mansion in a few days. Upon hearing Shen Tang's words, both Shen Han and the second madam froze. This isn't pleading for Shen Han at all. It's clearly using the guise of pleading for her to get the old lady to punish Shen Han, effectively blocking any possibility of others intervening. Although he had just recovered from typhoid fever, he still deserved to be punished. Shen Han's behavior these days has disappointed the old lady. She really can't be tolerated any longer. The old lady said, "Punish her by copying 100 chapters of the family rules. If she doesn't finish copying them before the spring banquet at the Prince Shou's mansion, she won't be allowed to leave the mansion." The second wife quickly interceded. 100 is too many. The eldest daughter is still recovering. The old lady's face darkened, and the second wife dared not plead for her anymore. Shen Han didn't dare to say anything more, but Yunxiu clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, A maid entered from behind the screen and said, "Madam, someone from Jinbeoj has delivered jewelry, totaling 670 taels." Stewardly asked if this money came from the public funds. The old lady frowned, and the second wife instructed the maid, "Take it from the public funds." After the maidservant withdrew, the second madam replied to the old madam, "It was I who asked the eldest young lady to pick out a few more pieces of jewelry." The eldest young lady was jilted and has become so thin that it breaks my heart to see her like this. It's rare for her to leave the manor, and she's preparing for the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's manor. I thought that the Prince of Jingyang's heir might also be there that day. If we can make him change his mind, that would be best. If not, we can't let others look down on our Pingyuan Marquis's daughter. To think that a few pieces of jewelry would make the Prince of Jingyang change his mind is far too simplistic of the second madam's thinking. Just say you're taking things from your daughter, don't make up such a lame excuse. Seeing Shen Han's gaunt face, and with the jewelry from Jinbeoj already delivered, the old lady said nothing. Shen Han glanced at Shen Tang, her eyes full of smugness. Although her grandmother punished her by making her copy the family rules, she was still the one her grandmother loved the most, and no one could compare to her. But her smugness didn't last long. Another maid came in and brought Shen Tang the jewelry. Shen Tang casually asked, "Have you paid for it?" The maidservant said, "It has already been paid by the public treasury, 1,380 taels." Shen Han's expression changed, and she blurted out, "Who gave you permission to buy such expensive jewelry?" Shen Tang's smile froze. "Second aunt, soon-to-be eldest sister, you're buying more jewelry, are you not allowed to buy any?" At this moment, a maid entered from behind the screen and said, "Madam, someone from Jinbeoj has delivered jewelry, totaling 670 taels." Stewardly asked if this money came from the public funds. The old lady frowned, and the second wife instructed the maid, "Take it from the public funds." After the maidservant withdrew, the second madam replied to the old madam, "It was I who asked the eldest young lady to pick out a few more pieces of jewelry." The eldest young lady was jilted and has become so thin that it breaks my heart to see her like this. It's rare for her to leave the manor, and she's preparing for the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's manor. I thought that the Prince of Jingyang's heir might also be there that day. If we can make him change his mind, that would be best. If not, we can't let others look down on our Pingyuan Marquis's daughter. To think that a few pieces of jewelry would make the Prince of Jingyang change his mind is far too simplistic of the second madam's thinking. Just say you're taking things from your daughter, don't make up such a lame excuse. Seeing Shen Han's gaunt face, and with the jewelry from Jinbeoj already delivered, the old lady said nothing. Shen Han glanced at Shen Tang, her eyes full of smugness. Although her grandmother punished her by making her copy the family rules, she was still the one her grandmother loved the most, and no one could compare to her. But her smugness didn't last long. Another maid came in and brought Shen Tang the jewelry. Shen Tang casually asked, "Have you paid for it?" The maidservant said, "It has already been paid by the public treasury, 1,380 taels." Shen Han's expression changed, and she blurted out, "Who gave you permission to buy such expensive jewelry?" Shen Tang's smile froze. "Second aunt, soon-to-be eldest sister, you're buying more jewelry, are you not allowed to buy any?" Chapter 22. Acting. With just one sentence, everyone's attention was drawn to the second wife. The second wife immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. As for illness, Shen Tang also fell ill. In terms of grievances, most of the grievances Shen Tang suffered were caused by Shen Han. If Shen Han can spend so much public money on jewelry, why can't Shen Tang? Shen Tang looked at the old lady, her eyes reddening, and said, "Grandmother, I didn't want the public to pay for it. I didn't know that my second aunt wanted my eldest sister to buy more jewelry. It's just that the people from the Jingyang Prince's mansion took away my favorite gold hairpin, and I didn't dare to ask my father to help me get it back. I spotted this jewelry set at first sight today, and after circling around it a few times, I still wanted it. Then I calculated that I had just enough money, so I bought it." The old lady had also heard about the gold hairpin being taken away. She was puzzled as to why the guards of the Prince of Jingyang had taken the gold hairpin, but getting it back was definitely out of the question. Seeing Shen Tang's aggrieved expression, as if she was spending her own money and was afraid of being scolded, the old lady coldly glanced at the second wife. The second wife felt as if thorns had sprouted from the chair beneath her, making it impossible for her to sit still. The old lady said in a gentler tone, "Grandmother won't blame you. Since the public funds have already paid it, consider it a supplement from the public funds to you." Shen Tang was stunned at first, then delighted, and quickly stood up, saying, "Thank you, grandmother." The actor's superb acting skills perfectly captured the unexpected joy. Shen Han was so angry that she didn't even manage to crush the fragrant handkerchief in her hand. The joy of buying more jewelry vanished completely. Shen Tang always yielded to Shen Han in her past life, but that doesn't mean she didn't understand Shen Han. When Shen Han abandoned them to go to Jinbeoj, Shen Tang guessed what she was going to do. Shen Tang didn't necessarily want to buy that set of jewelry, but she didn't want to miss the opportunity to cause trouble for Shen Han and the second wife. Seeing Shen Han's eyes blazing with anger, yet she couldn't suppress her rage, Shen Tang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The second wife was unwilling to let Shen Tang gain such a huge advantage from the public funds. She would have tolerated it even if it was the same as Shen Han's, but it was doubled. However, she couldn't object, so she kept giving the third wife meaningful glances, hoping that the third wife would take the lead and she would change her mind. The third wife also had her opinions. After all, the public property belonged to everyone. But just as she was about to speak, Shen Tang took the jewelry box from the maid and handed it to the third wife, saying, "This is the jewelry that fourth sister chose. It's especially beautiful. Third aunt, take a look." The words that were about to come out of the third wife's mouth stopped, and she subconsciously reached out to take the jewelry box. Opening the jewelry box revealed a pair of jade hairpins that Shen Luo had chosen, as well as a pair of gold hairpins and a heavy-looking gold bracelet. Third Madam wasn't stupid. She immediately realized what was going on and said, "I know second sister-in-law has always doted on eldest miss, but since the old madam asked second sister-in-law to help manage the household, second sister-in-law should treat everyone equally. Our household isn't short of anything, is it?" The second wife nearly choked to death, vomiting blood. The old lady looked at the second wife with even more displeasure. She used the excuse of being tired to send everyone away, but kept the second wife behind. Shen Tang knew that the old lady kept the second wife to reprimand her for her unfair management of the household, but Shen Tang was not happy. The eldest branch of the family had no mistress, and the old lady would only entrust the management of the household affairs to her own daughter-in-law, and would not allow the third and fourth branches of the family to interfere. Even when reprimanding the second wife, he would send everyone away, for fear of affecting the second wife's prestige as the housekeeper. However, she wouldn't let the second wife monopolize the power of managing the household indefinitely. Today, she gave Shen Luo a few more pieces of jewelry, not only to appease the third wife, but also to take the opportunity to see if the third wife dared to go against the second wife. Shen Tang walked ahead, lost in thought, while Yin Xing followed behind, looking at the jewelry box in her hand, feeling as if she were in a dream. Not only was the young lady not outsmarted by the eldest daughter, but she also received jewelry as a gift from the old lady. She was able to buy such expensive jewelry at Wansui Pavilion without having to pay a single tael of silver out of her own pocket. How did the young lady suddenly become so capable? Was it the second wife's sudden blow that made the girl realize something? Even the ginkgo trees seemed to want to offer incense and kowtow to that pillar. The master and servant walked forward for a while when a suppressed angry voice came from behind. "Stop." It was Shen Han's voice. Shen Tang stopped walking, but did not turn around. Shen Han chased after Shen Tang angrily, blocking his path, and said through gritted teeth, "You'd be happy if grandmother punished me?" Shen Tang laughed. "Who started this?" "You, and my second aunt accused me of ignoring grandmother's words, just to get grandmother to reward me. You started this, so don't blame me for doing the opposite." Suppressing her anger, Shen Han said, "We're sisters. Do we really have to come to this? Now that we know they're sisters, Why didn't they think of that when they were plotting to have her take their place in the marriage? Shen Tang felt disgusted, but she held back. She knew what Shen Han was going to do. Since we're sisters, let's not beat around the bush. Shen Han was truly blunt. Go and beg grandmother to exempt me from copying the family rules. Really? Shen Tang said coldly, I don't have that ability. Shen Han said, go and beg your grandmother. She won't refuse you. Okay. She could ask her grandmother. As long as Shen Han doesn't regret it. Shen Tang turned and went back to Sungha Hall. Shen Han did not go with them, but instead took her maid back to her residence, Qinglong Garden. She had only drunk half a cup of tea when the old lady's maid, Hongxiu, came in carrying a stack of papers. Hongxiu said, the eldest young lady wants to go to the Buddhist hall to copy Buddhist scriptures to pray for the late madam in the afterlife, and the old lady has given her permission. This is the gold-flecked paper that the old lady usually uses to copy Buddhist scriptures. She specially ordered me to bring it over. Once the eldest young lady has finished copying it, she will send it to the Jiakhang temple for worship. Xinwan. Real. Shen Han was so angry she was practically fuming. What she wanted was not to copy the family rules, but to copy Buddhist scriptures instead. It's definitely not about copying from a Buddhist temple. Shen Han was so angry she wanted to kill someone, but she had no choice but to agree. Shen Tang sneezed twice as soon as she returned to Qingyi Garden, but her mood was even better. Since they're unwilling to copy the family rules, then they'll copy Buddhist scriptures instead. Copying Buddhist scriptures can calm the mind. Copying them in the Buddhist hall using the gold-flecked paper given to you by the old lady will make it even calmer. Chapter 23. Reunion. Shen Tang saw Shen Han again 5 days later, on the day of the spring banquet held at the Prince Shou's mansion. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Singha Hall and ran into Shen Han at the courtyard gate. Shen Tang smiled. Sparks flew in Shen Han's eyes. After copying Buddhist scriptures day and night for 5 days, Shen Han's hands were cramping. When she saw Shen Tang, she wanted nothing more than to skin her alive. She squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, you really are my good sister. Shen Tang looked completely innocent, but said infuriatingly, my elder sister doesn't want to copy the family rules and insists that I beg grandmother. Didn't grandmother tell you not to copy them? Is my elder sister still not satisfied? Satisfy? All she wanted to do was kill. Originally, I could have taken a break from copying the family rules at Qinglong Garden. Instead, I went to the Buddhist hall to copy them. Not only did I eat vegetarian food every day, but they also used gold-flecked paper, so I had to copy the characters neatly and be extra careful. Her second aunt tried to plead on her behalf, saying that she wanted to practice her skills and could copy them after the spring festival banquet, but her grandmother still didn't agree. Shen Han had already lost a lot of weight due to typhoid fever, and after copying Buddhist scriptures for 5 days, she became even thinner. The thought that all the suffering she had endured was thanks to Shen Tang made her furious. She, the eldest sister, had been bullied by her younger sister and had no power to fight back. This is outside Sungha Hall. To avoid the sisters' quarrels reaching the old lady's ears, they could only suppress their anger, no matter how great it was. There will be plenty of time to deal with her later. Shen Hanyun loosened her clenched fist under her sleeve, turned around, and went into the courtyard. Shen Tang also acted as if nothing had happened and followed her. Today, Shen Tang wore a sky-blue brocade dress embroidered with orchids, and the orchid jewelry she bought at Wansui Pavilion that day was on her head. The outfit was just right, making her look dignified yet pretty. Shen Han wore a light blue brocade dress, with hibiscus flowers outlined in gold and silver thread on the hem and cuffs. It was luxurious yet elegant, and was made by the embroidery workshop working late into the night for the past few days, so that Shen Han could shine at the spring banquet. Shen Ran and Shen Luo dressed up very carefully, making them a sight to behold. The old lady had no objection to their attire, but the two sisters, Shen Tang and Shen Han, had a falling out and hadn't gone out together last time. This time, they were going to the Prince Shou's residence, and the old lady didn't want that to happen again. The old lady said sternly, "Sisters in the same household share the same fate. Last time, I spared you from severe punishment because you had just recovered from your illnesses. If you continue to act so willfully and recklessly at the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's residence today, and rumors of discord among the sisters spread, then you will all kneel in the Buddhist hall to reflect on your actions. I will always remember my grandmother's teachings." The four of them responded in unison. Shen Tang sat down next to the old lady and said, "Grandmother, please don't be angry. Although my second sister is angry with me on the surface, she is actually the one who cares about me the most. When I caught a cold and fell ill, she asked Jiang Mama to comfort me and even said that she would give me the set of jewelry that you gave her." The old lady looked at Shen Tang. Shen Tang asked Shen Tang, "Did Mother Jiang tell you, elder sister, that I wanted to give you the jewelry that grandmother gave me?" Shen Tang nodded. "My second aunt was also there when Mother Jiang spoke. That unfilial servant." Shen Tang angrily cursed. "She was disloyal to me. I never expected that she would say such unfounded things to my elder sister behind my back. Isn't this deliberately trying to sow discord between my elder sister and me? It's a wonder that my grandmother still remembered that she served me for 10 years and had her beaten and sold off. Such a wicked servant should be beaten to death." Shen Tang's chest heaved with anger. "Is it because you believed what Mother Jiang said that you're angry with me for not sending you the jewelry sooner?" Shen Tang was stunned. She hadn't expected Shen Tang to say that, and she immediately panicked. She knew Shen Tang wouldn't give her the jewelry again, but she was still angry that Shen Tang had forced her to copy 100 Buddhist scriptures in the Buddhist hall. Just then, the old lady said that the sisters should get along, so she took the opportunity to put pressure on Shen Tang to give her the jewelry. Unexpectedly, Shen Tang not only denied what Jiang's mother had said, but also turned the tables on her, putting her in a very difficult situation. Since she knew from Jiang Mama that Shen Tang cared about her, why was she unwilling to go shopping together after leaving the manor? Isn't this a contradiction? Furthermore, she schemed against Shen Tang by soaking herself in well water and catching a cold, all of which Shen Tang knew perfectly well. It was Shen Tang who told the old lady about it. Shen Tang was already angry about this, so how could she possibly give the jewelry that the old lady had given her to Shen Tang? No one believed Shen Tang's words. Even the old lady looked at Shen Tang with disappointment in her eyes. Shen Tang panicked. "Grandmother, I didn't. That set of jewelry was a gift you gave to my second sister. Even if she gave it to me, I wouldn't accept it." Fortunately, at that moment, a maid came in and said, "Madam, the carriage is ready." Shen Tang quickly stood up. "Grandmother, we will not forget your instructions. We will go to the Prince Shou's residence first." Shen Tang also stood up and went out with Shen Ran and Shen Luo. Having been punished by the old lady to copy the family rules and just received a reprimand, Shen Tang had no choice but to endure it, even though she didn't want to ride in the same carriage as Shen Tang. She got into the carriage first, and then Yin Xing helped Shen Tang sit down. As soon as she entered the carriage, she received a cold look from Shen Tang. Shen Tang pretended not to see it. She had no time to argue with Shen Tang. She was going to the Prince of Shou's mansion today to find her elder brother. The carriage chugs forward as Shen Tang closes her eyes to think. The Pingyuan Marquis' residence is quite far from the Shou Prince's residence. The carriage can't go fast even after passing through several bustling streets, and it slows down even more when it reaches the street where the Shou Prince's residence is located. Today, there are so many young ladies and gentlemen from prominent families attending the banquet at the Prince Shou's mansion that the streets outside the mansion are completely blocked. A journey that would normally take a few sips of tea has taken a full cup of tea's time. Shen Tang never expected that the first person she would meet at the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's residence would be the heir of the Prince of Jinglong. She sat by the carriage door. As soon as the carriage stopped, she lifted the curtain and stepped out. In the sunlight, Siagimo rode up on horseback. His face, which was so handsome it seemed like a demon incarnate, came into view. Having been reborn, Shen Tang never expected that she would meet Siagimo again in front of the Prince Shou's mansion. Aside from the year Siagimo went to war, she had lived under the same roof with him for 3 years. Knowing that he had never liked attending banquets, she was particularly surprised that he would come to the Prince of Shou's mansion to attend the spring banquet. Their eyes met unexpectedly. Xiagimo had a sparse and unassuming appearance, but his eyes were devoid of any warmth, as cold as a winter wind. And there it was again, that look of owing him something. Shen Tang was filled with anger, and then her eyes glared out with the same unwavering determination she had shown countless times in her past life. It wasn't until Xiagimo frowned that Shen Tang realized what she had done. She quickly turned around and got off the carriage, wishing she could smash her head against the stone lion outside the Prince Shou's mansion and die. Xiagimo watched as Shen Tang hurriedly ascended the steps and entered the Prince Shou's residence. Behind him, Chu Yi, the heir apparent of the Marquis of Shuani, rode up on horseback, laughing hysterically on horseback. Am I seeing things? A girl actually dares to glare at you. This second daughter of the Shen family is really interesting. Chapter 24. Heart-piercing. When Shen Han came out of the carriage, Shen Tang had already hurriedly hidden in the Prince Shou's mansion. When Shen Han saw the Prince of Jing'ong, she was also stunned, and then her eyes turned red uncontrollably. When she got off the carriage, she wanted to pay her respects to the Prince of Jing'ong and say a few words, but he seemed not to see her at all, and stepped up the steps into the Prince of Shou's residence. Shen Tang's face burned with embarrassment. She regretted glaring at Xiagimo. She really didn't mean it. In their past life, the two were always at odds and never spoke properly. Whenever Xiagimo put on that sour face, she would get angry and turn into a fighting rooster. But that was in my past life. In this life, no one has provoked her. From Xiagimo's perspective, he went hunting to save the second prince and was poisoned, almost losing his life. He was refused marriage when he was about to marry into the family, and the engagement was called off. He was forced to come to the Prince of Shou's mansion to attend the spring banquet. It's no wonder he was in a bad mood. His face was not in a good mood, but it wasn't directed at her. Yet she reacted to it. Upon entering the Prince Shou's residence, Shen Tang stopped. She couldn't leave Shen Han and the others behind. However, when she turned around, she didn't see Shen Han and Shen Ran, but instead saw Xiagimo walking in. Their eyes met again without warning. Shen Tang quickly took 2 steps to the side, wishing she could become invisible. Only after Xiagimo walked over did her wildly beating heart gradually calm down. Shen Han was already in a bad mood after being ignored, and when she saw Shen Tang, she immediately became annoyed. Why are you walking so fast? Do you think she likes to walk so fast? Shen Tang said expressionlessly. My elder sister doesn't feel embarrassed when she runs into the Prince of Jing'ong. I can't do that, so I can only avoid him. Shen Han gritted her teeth in anger. She suspected that Shen Tang was mocking her for being shameless. She wanted to lash out, but she could only hold back because there were people around. A maid from the Prince of Shou's residence came over, bowed to them, and then led the way. Following the maid into the inner courtyard, we headed towards the Prince Shou's garden. Before even entering the courtyard, we saw 2 kites vying for the highest point in the sky, their silvery laughter ringing out, clear and melodious. Although it was only early spring and the leaves were still a bit yellow, many exotic flowers were blooming in the garden. But the most eye-catching thing was not the exotic flowers and plants, but the elegant ladies chasing and playing, charming and graceful. As they entered, the bustling garden instantly quieted down. The young ladies from prominent families all turned their gazes to them, whispering and gossiping in small groups. Seeing this scene, Shen Tang wished she could slip away and stay far away. For the past 6 months, Shen Han has been flaunting her status as the future heir apparent of the Jing'ang prince's mansion, attracting countless envious and jealous people. Now that the engagement has been broken off, who knows how many people will take advantage of her misfortune. Smashing Shen Han's clothes is one thing. Shen Tang is happy to see it happen, but he's afraid it will implicate her, an innocent person. As if on cue, here comes the opportunist, Princess Chunin of the Zhao Prince's mansion, who blocks their path. Princess Chunin clicked her tongue and said, "What happened to Miss Shen?" It's only been half a month since I last saw her. How come she's lost so much weight? That's a really hurtful question. Why is Shen Han so thin? Could Princess Chunin not guess? Princess Chunin admires Xia Guimo. Ever since Shen Han and Xia Guimo got engaged, Princess Chunin has always made trouble for Shen Han whenever they meet. In her previous life, Shen Tang was married off to Xia Guimo in place of her. Princess Chunin then let Shen Han go, but instead targeted her at every turn, deliberately pushing her into the lotus pond where she almost drowned. However, in her previous life, less than a month after she fell into the water, something happened at the Zhao Prince's mansion. The Zhao Prince embezzled tribute and was demoted to a county prince by the emperor, who gave him a barren fief. Princess Chunin then left the capital and never returned. Shen Tang also disliked Princess Chunin and coldly said, "Princess Chunin, why do you ask a question you already know the answer to?" Princess Chunin laughed. Second Miss Shen drugged her elder sister, preventing her from getting into the bridal sedan chair at Prince Jingyang's mansion, and in the end, she was jilted. She doesn't seem to feel any remorse at all. She has no reason to feel guilty about things she didn't do. Shen Tang ignored her and prepared to leave, but Shen Han said straightforwardly, "My second sister drugged me because she was afraid I would become a widow after marriage, not to steal my marriage. Of course, I won't blame her. Listen to this. What a wonderful elder sister she is. She ruined her marriage, yet she doesn't blame her. How can there be such shameless people in the world?" Fortunately, she remembered her grandmother's teachings and spoke up in defense of Shen Han, but Shen Han, in turn, disgusted her. Afraid of vomiting up her breakfast, Shen Tang left without saying a word. Apart from the ginkgo tree, no one else followed, and Shen Tang was happy to have some peace and quiet. Shen Tang didn't go to crowded places. She came to the Prince Shou's mansion to attend the spring banquet only to find her elder brother, nothing else. But at this time, most of the young masters of noble families were in the outer courtyard. Since it was still early before the banquet started, she took Inqing to wander around. As they walked, the noise faded into the distance. Shen Tang stood by the lake, enjoying the breeze, lost in thought. She didn't know how long she had been standing there when she heard footsteps. Ginkgo turned her head and glanced over, saying, "Miss, it's the eldest young lady." Shen Tang glanced over and saw Shen Han walking towards her. Shen Han walked over and said, "You've come all this way, I've been looking for you everywhere." Shen Tang said indifferently, "No one asked you to find me." Shen Han said, "I'm here to apologize to you." "I know you don't want to hear me say that. It's really strange that someone who would argue so much in front of her grandmother would apologize to her outside the mansion." Shen Tang looked up. "Did the sun rise in the west today?" Shen Han's face stiffened. "I know you're still angry with me, but I hope you can prioritize the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. My being jilted by the Jingyang Prince's mansion not only affects me, but also you, my third and fourth sisters, and even father." He spoke with such sincerity, but Shen Tang didn't believe a word he said. Shen Han is not the type of person who will back down. Unless absolutely necessary. Shen Tang said impatiently, "Just tell me directly, what do you want from me?" Shen Han's face stiffened as she said, "The Prince of Jingyang's heir has also come to the Prince of Shou's residence. Go and apologize to him, and tell him that you were the one who drugged me that day, which is why I couldn't marry him to bring him good luck. My marriage to him cannot be called off like this." Shen Tang laughed. "You drugged yourself and framed me, and now you want me to apologize to the Prince of Jingyang?" Shen Han said, "This is also grandmother's wish." Shen Tang sneered, "Grandmother wouldn't do something so shameless, and I'm not so easily fooled. If you say another word, I will tell father." Shen Tang's attitude was firm. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Shen Tang, Shen Han stomped her feet and left. No sooner had Shen Han left than a creaking sound of a tree branch snapping came from behind. Shen Tang looked toward the source of the sound and exclaimed, "Who's there?" Chu Yi, the heir apparent of the Marquis of Shuani, emerged from behind the artificial hill, rubbing his nose, and said awkwardly, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't eavesdrop on purpose?" Chapter 25. Long Face. Shen Tang was surprised to see that it was the heir of the Marquis of Shuani. Upon seeing him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chui, the heir apparent of Marquis Xuanyi, and Xia Guimo are good brothers and have good character. They wouldn't do something like deliberately eavesdropping. Furthermore, even if the news were to get out, it wouldn't ruin her reputation. On the contrary, it would vindicate her. Shen Tang curtsied to Chui and said, I know that the heir of the Marquis of Xuanyi is not an eavesdropper, and I also know that the heir of the Marquis of Xuanyi and the heir of the Prince of Jingong are closer than brothers. But could you please not tell the heir of the Prince of Jingong what you just heard? Too late, Chui said in a low voice. Shen Tang didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Chui coughed lightly and said, Don't worry, Miss Shen. I won't say a word to the Prince of Jingong. Thank you. Shen Tang bowed and thanked him. Chui waved his folding fan, unable to suppress the gossipy glint in his eyes, and asked curiously, Your elder sister plotted against you, and you knew that the Prince of Jingyang's heir wouldn't die, so why did you choose to be buried with him rather than marry him? Can you please not be so curious? How was she supposed to answer that? Shen Tang was exhausted. She couldn't tell the truth, so she could only make up lies. I don't want to be branded as someone who stole my elder sister's marriage. Besides, doesn't the heir of the Marquis of Xuanyi think that the heir of the Prince of Jingyang has a face that's too flashy? Chui nodded in deep agreement. Shen Tang continued, I'm afraid that if I marry him, I'll have to deal with all sorts of women in the future. Anyway, he doesn't really need to bring good luck through marriage. To avoid Chui asking any more questions, Shen Tang quickly curtsied and left after finishing her sentence. Chui walked behind the artificial hill, only to see a figure disappear into the distance. He chased after him, laughing, his cheeks aching from trying to suppress his laughter. I really didn't expect that Miss Shen wouldn't marry you because she thought your face was too flashy. The man was none other than Xia Guimo, the heir apparent of the Prince of Jingong. He glanced at Chui. You actually believe such a clumsy excuse? Chui laughed and said, Is it clumsy? I think it's very simple and unadorned. Shen Tang walked towards the noisy area. The garden was even more lively than when they had arrived. Jiang Li and Jiang Ning had also come. When they saw Shen Tang, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. I didn't see my cousin earlier. I thought she hadn't come. I was so disappointed. Shen Tang said, I went for a walk over there. The three of them went to the pavilion to rest. After drinking a cup of tea, a maid from the Prince of Shou's residence came over to invite everyone to take their seats. The spring banquet was held in the garden, a spacious place with a pleasant breeze and the fragrance of flowers. Once at the table, Shen Tang separated from Jiang Li and Jiang Ning. She sat at a table with Shen Han, while Shen Ran and Shen Luo sat behind them. After everyone was seated, Princess Shou came over, accompanied by several noble ladies. Shen Tang was surprised to find that not only Xia Guimo had come, but also the princess consort of Jingong. Indeed, Xia Guimo has reached marriageable age. The Jingyang prince's mansion has broken off the engagement with Shen Han and needs to find another candidate for the heir apparent. The spring banquet invites unmarried young ladies from prominent families and young masters from noble families. Such a good opportunity to meet potential partners cannot be missed. Once the young ladies and gentlemen of noble families were seated, maids brought over trays and a bamboo tube for drawing lots. Those who wished to showcase their talents wrote them down, and the steward of the Prince of Shou's residence drew lots to determine their order of appearance. Shen Tang had no idea, but Shen Han took a wooden stick, wrote her name and the talent she wanted to show on it, put it in the stick container, and the maid carried it to the back. Soon, the steward of the Prince of Shou's residence drew lots and selected the first person to perform on stage that day, who was a young woman. The first girl to go on stage was so nervous that her face turned bright red, but she played the piano very well, and the music was melodious and pleasant to the ear. After that girl came down, she drew lots again and went up as the second person. Shen Tang sat there, watching with great interest, almost forgetting the purpose of her visit to the spring banquet. She carefully examined all the young masters from prominent families who were around the same age as her older brother, but unfortunately, she didn't see a single one who looked like Shen Sui. Shen Tang looked at it several times. Zhou's mother said that her eldest brother's eyebrows and eyes looked a lot like his father's when he was a child, and he should look a lot like him when he grows up. None of them look like him. Could it be that my older brother is already engaged? Given the eldest brother's age, it's quite possible. Shen Tang didn't expect to find her older brother right away, but she was still a little disappointed that she had come all this way for nothing. She took a sip of tea when the voice of the steward from the Prince of Shou's residence came. Mission from the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence. Perform a sword dance. Shen Han was about to get up when she heard this and froze on the spot. She clearly wrote about playing the zither, so how did it turn into sword dancing? It must be Princess Chunin. Shen Han looked in the direction of Princess Chunin and saw that Princess Chunin had an expression that said, "I'm waiting to see you make a fool of yourself," which made Shen Han grit her teeth in anger. Shen Tang sat next to Shen Han and felt something was wrong when she heard Shen Han was going to perform a sword dance. Shen Han's best skill was playing the zither, and her dancing was not particularly outstanding, let alone sword dancing. Shen Han slowly stood up, but just as she was about to leave, she suddenly twisted her ankle, and the pain made her gasp. Upon seeing this, Princess Shou asked, "How could you be so careless? Is your foot injury serious?" Shen Tang knew that Shen Han's sprained ankle was an act, but she still got up to help her. Shen Han said to the princess consort of Shou, "I've spoiled everyone's fun. I just twisted my ankle and can't dance with my sword. But my second sister's sword dance is no less than mine, so why don't we let her dance in my place? I don't know how many times I feel disgusted every day. I've never seen someone so bullying their own family." Someone schemed against Shen Han, and, because she was afraid of losing face and didn't dare to go on stage, they pushed her out. They didn't do what Shen Han wanted, to apologize to Xie Guimo, so they wanted her to be humiliated in public. Just as Shen Tang was about to refuse, Princess Shou spoke first. "Very well, then the second mission will take the place of the eldest mission for the sword dance." Shen Tang was thus forced into this situation. Shen Han said in a low voice, "Second sister, don't embarrass the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Don't worry, I'll make you proud." A cold glint flashed in Shen Tang's eyes. She'll teach Shen Han a lesson about what it means to stand tall and fall hard. Shen Tang walked onto the stage, bowed to the princess consort of Shou and the other noble ladies, and then accepted the sword handed to her by a maid. All eyes were on Shen Tang. There were few young ladies from respectable families who could dance with a sword, and even fewer who could dance well. It was quite a sight to behold. Shen Han sat down, waiting to see Shen Tang make a scene, but one move by Shen Tang made her eyes narrow and her face turn very ugly. Shen Han wasn't good at sword dancing, but she could watch. Shen Tang's dance moves were fluid and graceful, and the sword in her hands was like a dragon in flight. Even if she looked at it with a critical eye, she couldn't deny that Shen Tang danced very well. They studied and learned to read together since they were little, practiced playing instruments and dancing together. When did Shen Tang learn to dance the sword so well behind her back? The entire Qingyi garden was right under her nose. She was quite certain that Shen Tang had never practiced sword dancing before. She had no idea that her younger sister was so exceptionally talented. Shen Han's face was extremely pale. She wanted to embarrass Shen Tang in public and let Shen Tang know what the consequences of going against her would be, not to make Shen Tang famous. Shen Tang raised his palm above his head, the sword spinning twice in his palm. This single movement was enough to intimidate the entire audience. After she finished her dance, Princess Shou praised her highly, saying, "This is the first time I've ever seen a girl wield a sword so gracefully yet with such heroic spirit. She's truly remarkable." Shen Tang said modestly, "You flatter me, princess consort. Compared to my elder sister, I am still far from being good enough." Princess Shou glanced in Shen Han's direction and said, "She dances even better than the second Miss Shen. I can't even imagine how good she is. It's a pity I can't see her today." Princess Zhao, standing to the side, smiled and said, "There will always be opportunities to meet in the future." Shen Han felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. This was the first time she had ever experienced being praised to the point of being ruined. Although she was competitive, she wasn't entirely without self-awareness. Even if she spent 10 years practicing, she probably still wouldn't be able to reach Shen Tang's level. Now everyone knows that she is even better at sword dancing than Shen Tang, and they will definitely ask her to demonstrate next time. What will she use to showcase then? She can't pretend to sprain her ankle every time. Shen Han wished she could strangle Shen Tang to death in her heart, but she didn't dare show the slightest hint on her face because everyone was watching her. Princess Jingyang also looked in Shen Han's direction. She had never understood why the old prince had chosen the daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan to be Emoer's heir consort, but today she could see the reason. Unfortunately, Emoer had woken up from her coma and insisted on announcing the annulment of the engagement. Chapter 26. Distressed. Shen Tang sat back down in his original seat, his gaze lingering on her until the eldest daughter of the left prime minister's mansion went on stage to play the Kong Ho before he looked away, but one thing remained on his mind. Shen Tang looked over and bumped into Xia Guimo once again. This time, however, she felt a little guilty. She was afraid that Xia Guimo would see his own reflection in her sword dance. In her past life, it was Shen Han who asked her to practice swordsmanship. However, at that time, Shen Han was the second prince's wife and was pregnant. Shen Han suggested to the emperor that she practice swordsmanship at the welcoming banquet for the envoys of Shiliang. She couldn't refuse, and Xia Guimo was afraid that she would embarrass him, so he personally taught her. If she hadn't put in a lot of hard work, how could she have danced so well? The sound of the kongho, a type of Chinese harp, filled the garden, and Shen Tang enjoyed it while sipping tea. However, this pleasant feeling turned into distress after the spring banquet ended. At the spring banquet, young ladies from noble families and young masters from aristocratic households performed their talents. The Prince of Shou's mansion prepared prizes, and the ladies selected the best performers as a reward. The prize from the young master of the aristocratic family was a Duan inkstone, which was given to the eldest son of the right prime minister's residence. The prize for the well-bred young ladies was a large pearl, but Shen Tang never expected it to fall to her. Winning the prize is usually a good thing, but the spring banquet invites unmarried young ladies from prominent families and young masters from wealthy households. Every year, the threshold of the house of the girl who wins the prize is worn down by the crowds. She was pushed out by Shen Han and had no choice but to perform the sword dance, but she didn't want to win first place, much less show off and get married. Isn't this just asking her trouble? Shen Tang was extremely depressed and couldn't feel happy at all. Shen Tang was unhappy inside, but Shen Han's displeasure was written all over her face. She endured it from the moment she stepped onto the stage until the spring banquet ended, and even after the carriage left the area of the Prince Shou's residence. Finally, she could no longer bear it and gritted her teeth, saying, "Second sister really knows how to hide her talents." Shen Tang was seething with anger and had nowhere to vent it, so he sneered, "I am skilled in swordsmanship, and my elder sister knows this perfectly well. Otherwise, why would she have pushed me out to dance for you without hesitation?" Shen Tang knew that Shen Han's purpose was to embarrass her in public, but just because she could do such a thing did not mean she could say such things. Otherwise, if it reached the ears of the old lady, she would be severely punished. Shen Han had no rebuttal and nearly ground her teeth to powder. The two hadn't spoken a word on their way there and only exchanged a few words on the way back. Shen Tang lifted the carriage curtain to look outside, praying that no one would be interested in her, otherwise she would have to find a way to break off the engagement with her grandmother and father. What kind of mess is this? Shen Tang was extremely distressed, feeling as if she were holding a hot potato instead of a pearl. Before Shen Tang and Shen Han had returned to the Marquis's residence, news of her winning a sword dance at the spring banquet reached the ears of the old lady, who was overjoyed. Back at the Marquis's residence, Shen Tang went to see the old lady. As she walked around the screen, she saw the old lady looking at her with a kind expression. "Did you really win the prize at the spring banquet?" Shen Tang then presented the pearl, saying, "This is a gift from the Prince of Shou's residence, offered to my grandmother." The old lady smiled and said, "I'm satisfied with your filial piety. Keep it safe for yourself." Before she could finish speaking, the second mistress said, "This is the second young lady's first time winning a prize. She wants to give it to you, madam. You should accept it." The second wife's favorite things to do were to get things from the old lady and the Marquis to Shen Han, and to get things into the old lady's hands, because once they were in the old lady's hands, they might end up in Shen Han's hands. Shen Tang is not like Shen Han, who would play tricks. It's just a pearl from the East. She wouldn't be reluctant to part with it. This kind of thing is a rare item for the Marquis's mansion, but the Jingyang prince's mansion put it in a box, so it's no wonder that Shen Han is reluctant to part with this marriage. Shen Tang placed the pearl on the small table next to the old lady. The third wife laughed and said, "The second young lady usually doesn't show off her talents, but I didn't expect her to make such a splash at the spring banquet. When I heard the servants report it, I even wondered if the news had been wrong. The second young lady has been hiding her talents very well." Shen Tang said, "It was just a fluke. My talent is far inferior to my elder sister's. Today, I am standing on stage in place of my elder sister, so I dare not do my best. This is not something that can be achieved by chance. As for not being as good as Shen Han, it was indeed thought that the second young lady was not as good as the eldest young lady in terms of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, or poetry and songs. However, since the young ladies went out of the mansion to buy jewelry a few days ago, the third madam saw Shen Tang's intelligence. In addition, with today's lucky draw, she is convinced that Shen Tang had been letting Shen Han win before. The third wife believed that Shen Han had drugged her and framed Shen Tang, pushing Shen Tang into a pit of fire and hurting Shen Tang's heart, which is why Shen Tang stopped letting Shen Han continue. The second wife asked Shen Han, "Is your foot injury serious?" Shen Han said, "It was just a slight twist, it's nothing." Shen Luo asked, "Can we still go to Jiakhang Temple tomorrow?" Shen Han copied Buddhist scriptures to pray for Zhang's well-being, planning to send them to the Jiakhang Temple for offering tomorrow, but now that she has sprained her ankle, she may not be able to go. The second wife said, "There's no rush to go to the Jiakhang Temple. We can go after my sprained ankle heals." If she could, the second wife would never have wanted Shen Han to copy Buddhist scriptures, much less have wanted her to personally deliver them to the Jiakhang Temple, as Shen Han almost died at the hands of Madame Jiang. Shen Han bit her lip lightly, her voice tinged with grievance. "My mother never liked me when she was alive. If I can't go to the Jiakhang Temple because of a minor sprain, she will be even more dissatisfied with me if she knows this in the afterlife." This mother and daughter are really good at stirring things up. Shen Tang regretted using her mother Zhang's dream as a pretext to do her thing, giving Shen Han the opportunity to play the victim and gain sympathy. The old lady sighed, "What mother doesn't love the flesh and blood of her own flesh? Your mother is sick, that's why she's like this. Your grandmother shouldn't have stopped you from going to pay respects to your mother all these years." Shen Han nodded obediently. The old lady looked at Wang Mama and said, "Bring me the jade bracelet from my dressing table." Shen Han thought it was for her, but when Wang Mama brought the jade bracelet, the old lady beckoned to Shen Tang and put the jade bracelet on Shen Tang's wrist. These past few days, the old lady has been showering Shen Tang with so many good things. All of this jewelry should belong to her. Shen Han's eyes reddened with jealousy, and the second wife also looked displeased. Shen Tang sat for a while, then took Yinxing back to Qingyi Garden. Not long after she returned, Yinxing came running in and told Shen Tang the eldest young lady's sprained ankle was an act. She went back to Qinglan Garden to practice sword dancing, but she dropped the sword a few times, which made her so angry that she used the sword to smash several flower pots in the yard. Those poor potted flowers suffered such a cruel fate at the hands of the young lady. Shen Tang was in a good mood, lounging on the small couch and munching on fruit. Chapter 27. Unwilling. The next day, the weather was fine and the sky was clear. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. When she arrived, Shen Han, Shen Ran, and Shen Luo were already there. After only a quarter of an hour, a maid came in to report that the carriage was ready, and Shen Tang and the others got up and headed to the Jokhang Temple. The Jokhang Temple is located outside the city and was the royal temple of the Great Qi dynasty. It is usually very popular with worshippers, and today, which happens to be the 15th day of the first lunar month, there are even more worshippers coming to the Jokhang Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. The temple is nestled among the green mountains and mist. At the foot of the mountain, one can barely see the yellow walls and green tiles. The powerful sound of the bell comes from the temple, which calms the restless heart. The mountain road was difficult to travel, but the scenery of Jokhang Temple was beautiful. Lifting the curtain of the carriage to look outside, it didn't feel dull at all. The carriage stopped outside the Jokhang Temple. After walking for a while and climbing over 100 steps, amidst the swirling sandalwood incense, we arrived at the Mahavira Hall. Shen Tang and the others were about to go in to offer incense and pray for blessings, but they did not expect that as soon as they reached the entrance of the main hall, they saw the lady of Chongping Marquis coming out from inside, accompanied by the heir apparent of Chongping Marquis. Upon meeting her, Shen Tang and the others curtsied to the lady of Chongping Marquis. Lady Chongping's gaze swept over Shen Tang and the others, and she said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I've seen old Madame Shen. Has she come today?" Shen Han replied, "Grandmother is not feeling well, so only my sisters and I came today." While Shen Han was talking to the lady of Chongping Marquis, Shen Tang stood to the side, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The way the heir apparent of Chongping Marquis was looking at them was too saccharine and naked, and coupled with his lustful face, it was truly nauseating. The Marquis of Chongping's family is the maternal family of Consort Yi. Consort Yi has enjoyed the Emperor's favor for more than 10 years, which has also led to the rise in the status of the Marquis of Chongping's family. No one dares to offend them. The Marquis of Chongping's heir is the only son of the Marquis of Chongping. His reputation is ruined. He bullies men and women and engages in cockfighting and dog-walking. There is nothing he will not do. In her past life, she was so bold as to try to steal Xia Guimo's girlfriend after hearing her arguing with him, encouraging her to have an affair. However, she was punished for her evil deeds and was crippled, so she could no longer harm girls for the rest of her life. Fortunately, the area outside the main hall wasn't a place to talk, otherwise Shen Tang really didn't know how long she would have had to endure those disgusting looks. After Lady Chongping left, Shen Tang and the others went into the hall to offer incense and sincerely pray for blessings. He handed the copied Buddhist scriptures to the young monks in the temple, added some money for incense, and then left the main hall. Not far from the Jokhang Temple, there was a bustling market. After offering incense and praying for blessings, Shen Ran was about to go to the market. Just as they were about to leave, a young monk came over and whispered a few words to Shen Han's maid. The maid then whispered a few more words in Shen Han's ear. Shen Han's eyes flashed, and she immediately said to Shen Tang and the others, "I have something to do. You go ahead." Without waiting for a reply, Shen Han turned and walked to the left side of the Jokhang Temple. Shen Ran asked curiously, "Where is Big Sister going?" Not only was Shen Ran curious, but Shen Tang was curious too. Shen Luo was completely absorbed in browsing the market. She said, "Big Sister will come to find us when she's done with her work." Shen Luo pulled Shen Tang down the steps. Shen Han, accompanied by her maid, walked to the left and soon saw a pavilion where the heir of the Marquis of Chongping was waiting. Shen Han walked over, curtsied, and said, "Greetings, heir apparent of Marquis Chongping." The heir of the Marquis of Chongping laughed and said, "Miss Shen is indeed unwilling to be rejected by the Prince of Jingyang's mansion like this." Shen Han asked, "Why would the heir of the Marquis of Chongping help me?" "I, the young master, never help people without a reason." "What are the conditions?"